I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to the City of Emeryville Planning Commission meeting. It's Thursday, September 27th, 2012. Could we please get the roll call?
Commissioner Donaldson?
Here.
Commissioner Moss?
Here.
Commissioner Sherman?
Here.
Commissioner Steinberg has an excused absence this evening. Commissioner Tan?
Here.
Vice Chair Cardoza?
Here.
Chair Coomerly?
Here.
We have a quorum of 6 commissioners.
Please rise and pledge the allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we'd like to open public comment for any item that is not on the agenda. Do we have anyone wishing to speak on any item not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, go to the action recap.
I need to abstain because I wasn't here last time.
Okay. Guess I will as well.
I would move approval.
I'll second.
So, excuse me, that was Donaldson and Cardoza? Is that right? And is that without objection?
With one abstention.
Well,
Two
two
abstentions,
abstentions,
yes.
yes. So actually, and one absence, so we have 4 ayes, I guess. 6
4
no,
ayes.
okay. All right,
Okay, on to the director's report, please.
all right. I'd like to let you know about what the City Council has done since your last meeting. Your last meeting was in August, and they have had one meeting since then on September 4th. Their September 18th meeting was canceled for Rosh Hashanah. On September 4th, the council approved a contract with Kimley Horn to design pedestrian improvements on San Pablo Avenue at 43rd, 45th, and 47th Streets, which will be funded by a $748,000 Safe Routes to School grant from Caltrans. They also approved a request for qualifications and proposals for the design and development of an affordable rental housing development at 3706 San Pablo Avenue and 1025 West MacArthur Boulevard. This is the site of the previously approved 94-unit MacArthur San Pablo project that went into foreclosure and was subsequently acquired by the redevelopment agency, the site that is, and now owned by the city as successor agency. That will ultimately result in a new affordable housing project that will eventually come to the Commission for your approval. The Council approved a contract with CRW to add code track and GIS capabilities to our permit tracking system. This will help us to monitor code enforcement cases and use the interactive mapping capabilities of the system. The Council authorized the City Manager to enter into a contract with Caltrans for a $250,000 grant for the Emeryville Oakland-Berkeley Transit Study, also known as EBOT. We got word in August that we had been awarded this grant to study mutually supportive land use and transportation in policies in the Central East Bay Green Corridor areas of Emeryville, West Berkeley, and West Oakland. And we expect the study to get underway in February. The Council also approved a noise waiver for evening and weekend work for a crane lift and boiler replacement on the roof of the Watergate Tower at 2000 Powell Street, and I understand that that work is now completed. The Council discussed a proposal to form a Parks and Recreation Committee to, among other things, oversee implementation of the Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan, and they directed staff to bring a resolution back to the next meeting, which is next Tuesday, October 2nd, to form that committee. They also scheduled a study session for their October 16th meeting to review the structure of all of the city's committees. The Council also approved a staff recommendation to form an ad hoc committee to develop and implement a public art concept for the Powell Street overpass and the area under it, to implement those aspects of the Shellmound Design Guidelines. The committee will include council members Asher and Brinkman, 2 members of the Public Art Committee, adjacent property owners, and members of the community. And finally, I provided an informational report to the council on the commission's deliberations on the art.com sign matter at your August 23rd meeting. Moving on to other news, I'd like to just remind you all about the annual Celebration of the Arts show, which is just coming right up. It starts week after next, I guess, October 6th through the 28th, and it will be at 5890 Christie Avenue, which is the former, I understand, is the former Premier Crew building behind the public market at 59th and Christie, which the city now owns. The gala reception will be next Friday, October 5th from 6 to 9, and our talented resident photographer, Arlie Cassidy, once again has a piece in the show, and I understand that Commissioner Steinberg also has a piece in the show. Finally, with regard to the zoning update, I hope to see you all at the community meeting this coming Saturday, day after tomorrow, the 29th, from 10 to noon here in the council chambers and the link. And that will be followed, I hope this is on all of your calendars, on Tuesday, October 30th, a joint study session of the Planning Commission and City Council starting at 6 p.m. The final meeting of the steering committee will be on Thursday, November 15th at 6 p.m. to review the entire code and hopefully recommend its adoption and then have a party. And the Planning Commission adoption hearing is scheduled for your December 13th meeting, to be followed by a City Council adoption hearing at their January 15th meeting. That concludes my report. I'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? No? Seeing none, I guess we can move to our first item on the agenda, which is the art.com sign revocation or modification. We're going to have a little changing of the guard here. Oh, maybe not. Is Arlie going to present?
I'll be presenting part of this, and outside counsel Ben Stock will be presenting another part.
I was going to say, if you have any questions of the staff, please direct them towards Maru.
Good evening, Commissioners. Chair Coomerly. So tonight we are considering an administrative item, which is an order to initiate an action to revoke or modify the existing art.com sign permit. I'm going to give some very brief background and then turn it over to Ben Stock. So as you know, this sign is on 2100 Powell, one of the buildings that's part of the Watergate office towers, across from PPP, across the freeway. So the 2 signs face north and south on either end of the building. This is a basic image of the sign and some of the renderings from the amended proposal that was approved. The sign that exists now was approved as an amendment on February 23rd, 2012. In June, shortly after the sign went up, staff received some complaints about the brightness, especially at night. Art.com responded by dimming the signs to 50% of their original brightness. Citizens continued to express dissatisfaction with the situation and requested dimming and or complete shut-off at night. Art.com was unwilling to turn the signs off completely at night, but stated that it could dim to 35% of the original brightness between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. The Planning Commission then held an informational item at your last meeting, August 23rd, where a number of citizens voiced their complaints to you. The Commission then scheduled this administrative item for today to consider the order before you. Staff has visited one of the residents' apartments and taken pictures. On the left, you see when the sign was red, and on the right, the sign was actually pink but came out blue. And so at this point, Art.com had initiated the suggested dimming at 10 p.m. These photos do not capture well that there was, in fact, a dimming visible to the naked eye, but the photos were taken. And in addition, staff received information that the sign was having technical difficulties within the last 48 hours and visited the Shorebird Park just before the building and took a video. Unfortunately, this computer is unable to play it, but the sign was cycling through 3 or 4 different colors, not even completely at once. It was kind of a grid pattern. It was clearly having technical difficulties. So that lasted, I understand, about 36 to 48 hours and ended sometime this afternoon. At this point, I'm going to turn over to Ben Stock. Thank you.
Good evening, Commission members. My name is Ben Stock. I'm assisting the city with this action. So before you tonight is the relevant language of why we're here tonight. We're not here to decide the merits of whether or not the sign is operating as a nuisance, but whether there's evidence that there might be a nuisance occurring and whether the Planning Commission members want to institute an action to either revoke or modify the permit that was issued for the sign. The relevant language is found in section 9.492.3, which states the permit may be revoked or modified for cause if the following grounds are found: that the permit was obtained or extended by fraud, that one or more of the conditions upon which such permit was granted have been violated, or that the use or facility for which the permit was granted is so conducted or maintained to be detrimental to the public health or safety or as to be a nuisance. And in the order tonight, you have to identify those grounds of what those grounds might be. So as I'll walk you through, tonight we're not talking about the first bullet point, that the permit was obtained or extended by fraud, but instead that one or more conditions upon which permit was granted may have been violated, and furthermore, that the permit may be operated as to cause a nuisance. The condition in their permit that was approved by the commissioners says, compliance with the municipal code is required and the general plan. No part of this approval shall be construed to be a violation of the Emeryville Municipal Code or the general plan. Operations on the site shall be conducted in a manner that does not create a public or private nuisance or otherwise violate the Emeryville Municipal Code. So as you see, there's 2 alternative bases to revoke or modify the permit if the permit is creating a nuisance, public or private, not just a public nuisance, or violate some other provision of the Emeryville's municipal code. Under the performance standards of the code states under light and glare for nuisances, flickering or intrinsically bright sources of illumination shall be controlled so as not to be a nuisance in residential or commercial districts. So staff's position at this point is, from the data that we have so far, there may be the intrinsically bright source of the sign may be in fact violating this section and moreover may constitute a nuisance under the general law of nuisance. But as you can see, all the facts need to line up with the law on nuisance and whether or not a nuisance is in fact being created. A nuisance in the California Civil Code is anything which is injurious to the health, including but not limited to, and I'll read you the most important parts, obstruction to the free use of property so as to interfere with the comfortable enjoyment of life or property is a nuisance. So the evidence we have to date suggests that there may be a nuisance occurring by the output of light from the sign, and this is the general statement of law of what nuisance is in California. California law also provides what a public and private nuisance is, but again, the permit condition requires it not to be a public or private nuisance, so it doesn't matter which one it is. But so you know, a public nuisance is one which affects at the same time an entire community or neighborhood or any considerable number of persons, although the extent of the annoyance or damage inflicted upon individuals may be unequal, and a private nuisance is everything else. These are the factors you look at to establish a public nuisance, and really the first 2 factors are the only first factor is what you look at for a private nuisance. But for a public nuisance is whether or not the condition interferes with the comfortable enjoyment of property, whether the condition affects a substantial number of people at the same time, and the ordinary person will be reasonably annoyed or disturbed by the condition, and the serious harm outweighs the social utility of the conduct. At this point, from the evidence that we've gathered, we think there's a possibility that these 4 factors are present, and certainly the first factor, that interferes with the comfortable enjoyment of property, could be present. After we issued our staff report, Art.com came up with a potential settlement where they would agree to dim the sign by 35% from brightness from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. daily, and it's currently in effect, but that's not a stated condition of approval, and change the color during the day instead of at midnight, which is new. while we think these steps go a long way in helping with the potential nuisance that exists at the site, the staff also wanted to have the 35% dimness happen upon darkness, not at 10 o'clock at night. There's evidence in the record that a lot of residents are bothered by the brightness when they're going to bed, when they're at home after work, anytime after dark, not some arbitrary deadline of 10 o'clock. And then one of the things that one photo showed you was there is a difference of color. So the other suggestion we asked art.com to do is to require the red to be used rather than the pink or any other color, and that red blends in a lot more at nighttime than with the other signs in the neighborhood than some other color. So I'll let art.com talk further tonight because I believe they might have some additional settlement potentials that they're willing to throw out there, but to date, this is what we have from them, and this is what we've been asking for. So for tonight, the potential actions you could do are do nothing, let the existing art.com sign permit stand as it is with no modification. You can accept art.com's proposal that they gave you as part of your staff report, and which they'll be presenting some further conditions. You can continue the item to the next meeting in order for more time for the parties to keep talking about a potential settlement, or you can issue the order that's attached to your draft, which is attached to your agenda. And that order would then set an evidentiary hearing at a special meeting, November 1st, where we and art.com would put forth evidence of whether or not, in fact, a nuisance does exist. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Arlie. Okay, that concludes staff's presentation.
Would the applicant like to come forward?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Doug Akins with the law firm of Hopkins & Carley, 200 Park Avenue, Palo Alto, California. I'm representing art.com, and I think the basic news I have to deliver is good news in the sense that the process seems to be working. And I think you'll find that art.com has acted in a way that you'd want responsible corporate citizens to act. Upon learning of the problem, we immediately investigated the technical issues involved, the electronics, the feasibility of various adjustments to the sign, and right away dimmed it, which was feasible, to 50% brightness. By the way, I should ask, do I have a time limit?
No.
Okay. So while it was dimmed to 50%, we considered the limits of dimming. What are the technical issues involved in dimming it further? It turns out that dimming it below 35% of its original design brightness induces a random flickering and color change among the zillions of little LED lights, and it can't be controlled. So there's a technical threshold below which we can't dim it. As you know from the history involved, art.com has played by all the rules, followed all the procedures, twice gotten approvals based on findings of no annoyance to neighbors, and invested $750,000 in getting this sign up there. It's crucial to the commercial mission of art.com as a business to advertise its presence. It's an online business. The more people who recognize the name, the more people are driven to the websites and the retail outlets. It's perfectly consistent with Emeryville's general plan and zoning. It's one of the good things about being in Emeryville. It allows art.com to get its message out to thousands and thousands of freeway users every day. But our proposal that the staff has referred to, which is a reduction of brightness to 35% between 10 and 5 a.m., we've continued to work on that up to today, and have a new modification to that proposal, we think a substantial enhancement. I'm here to provide this proposal and ask that you direct staff tonight to propose an agreement embodying that proposal and bring it back to you for approval at a later hearing. The rejection of this proposal tonight would terminate the proposal and would be back to this relatively prosecutorial, expensive, legalistic process. But we can terminate that process tonight, and it's art.com's desire to terminate it on a negotiated basis. The proposal is that we would permanently reduce the sign to 35% of its design brightness every day, and the dimming would occur on a timer, be completely automated, 1 hour after sunset. And that's for technical reasons again. As you know from just general orientation, that building sits out there in the middle of a bright sunset, and if you dim it as the sun sets, you can't see it at all. But if you dim it an hour after sunset, you can see it for that duration while the western sky is bright, and then after sunset, it can be dimmed with no diminution of its functional, essential purpose, which is to be visible at night, for goodness sake. So that's the proposal. We dim it every night, 1 hour after sunset to 35%. Any color changes would occur only during daytime hours. The staff's most recent notation that they would like dimming to be deep red during dimming. I don't know the technical merits of that, and I'm not authorized to negotiate on that issue. It's new to us. But if you accept the proposal and direct staff to work out an agreement, that technical issue can be incorporated into the agreement and responded to accordingly. It's a simple proposal. It's one that terminates the expense and bureaucratic hassle of continuing in a revocation proceeding. I think we've made clear in our previous correspondence that this is not a nuisance, public or private, that it does not affect sufficient people. Mere irritation or annoyance is not a factual basis for a nuisance determination. Nuisance determinations require a balancing of interests, and the commercial interests involved are substantial, affecting not only art.com, but every other business establishment sign. We think we've approached this in a constructive and good faith manner. Our proposal embodies a 65% reduction in the brightness of the sign every day, every night, at a time when both the neighbors can not be bothered by a bright sign in a black sky, and it takes care of the fact that this is a sign struggling for visibility on a freeway in the middle of a bright sunset. As the annual calendar changes the occurrence of sunset, the timer would keep up with that, so there would not be a out of phase condition. I don't want to go on forever, but I think you understand our position. We want to meet the city more than halfway. I think this will be a substantial victory for the neighbors. It certainly will accomplish the crucial purposes of the sign, and this is a sign to which art.com has a vested right based on its $750,000 investment. We would like the city to accept this proposal, the commission to accept this proposal tonight, direct staff to bring back a one-page, two-point agreement for your ratification at a later date, and ask that tonight you do not instigate a revocation proceeding. Evidentiary proceedings like that are an administrative trial. They're legalistic, they're expensive, they're time-consuming, they're a hassle, and they undercut the essential purpose of our good faith negotiation and bringing to you this settlement proposal. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
I have a question. So, in your presentation, you stated that your proposal is that the sign be dimmed 1 hour after sunset.
That's correct.
And your letter, I believe, stated at 10 o'clock.
The letter was then. This proposal is now.
Okay.
We worked it out this afternoon. This is our final proposal. It's our best proposal, and I think it accommodates all the interests.
Does it and does it differ in any other way from the letter that we received?
Not to my knowledge. It's automatic, everyday dimming at 1 hour after sunset. Color changes during the day exclusively, and while it's not dimmed, it would be at its design brightness.
Would it stay one color all day long, or would it change colors during the day?
It would change colors during the day, consistently with our permit. And during the daytime, we're unaware of any
Once.
complaints. Yes, the permit allows a color change. We're unaware of any complaints from neighbors or anyone else about daytime color changes. If there are such complaints, we'll happily talk about that. But that's a crucial feature of the design. It's permitted. The technology incorporated into the sign is intentionally and expensively intended to be able to change colors. If we had a permit that prohibited color changes, we wouldn't have such an expensive sign. But we do, and we have a right to maintain it, and we're going to defend it as well as we can.
But it was only
But the
once
changes
during
would
the
occur
day.
only during the day, and only in
Only one
accordance
time.
only in accordance with the permit conditions.
And you said that you're not authorized to consider whether the evening color would be a consistent dimmed red color, right?
That's correct. I'm not authorized in the sense, so the staff's proposal as of tonight in those details is new to us. Our proposal is new to the staff and to you. If you direct staff and art.com to work out an agreement embodying the central features, which is dimming an hour after sunset, one color change during the day exclusively, then I think we have an agreement. We can bring it back to you for your consideration, and we're done.
I have a question. So just to confirm, are we talking, your proposal is talking about both signs or just the north-facing sign, just to confirm?
My understanding, and I can't say this definitively from art.com's perspective, but I think it's both. In our letters, for example, we define both signs on both faces as the sign. Now, I don't know technically whether you can regulate one sign differently from another through, with electronics and timers and what have you. So it would be at least the sign facing east and facing the residential building. Whether it's the other one, I simply don't know on a technical basis.
I have a question for Kevin.
Sure, and let me just introduce myself. I'm Kevin Siegel. I'm serving as counsel to the board commission in this to help guide in your advice and separated from any role that the city and Mr. Stock has in asking for the prosecution of this or in the pursuit of settlement negotiations, just to make sure everybody understands my role. So, yes.
It's my understanding that we do not have the discretion to accept this deal because it would be in violation of the Brown Act. Is that true?
What I would say, and we spoke about this briefly, is that I think you can give direction and comment on it, give some impact and insight. I don't think that at tonight's meeting you could import or create any terms to the agreement. So I think that I wouldn't go so far as to say you accept the deal, but I would certainly say you can provide some input. You think this would be good or not good or with modification, and give direction to staff to work it out. And then if they can work something out with art.com, bring that back to you for an actual approval.
Okay, but we do, okay.
So,
yes.
right, so you can give direction, comment, you can talk about it certainly, but you can't take formal action because it's not part of the notice is in order to create any modification to the terms. So you could not modify the permit tonight, but you could give direction as to what you would like to see or the party has tried to achieve as far as a modification to the permit that then they could bring to you, present it as a revised permit, and ask for your approval of that.
Okay.
So that would essentially be a continuance with some direction.
Well, it's a bit like a continuous with directions. It has to come back if you want it for approval. You could also, it's within your discretion to say we don't want to, like you're suggesting, the city to commence the enforcement action. Or you could ask the city to, yes, we think you ought to commence the enforcement action and simultaneously try to work on a settlement. So you have lots of discretion as to what you can do and how you want to give direction as how to proceed. But the only point I was making is that you can't make a decision on what the permit should say tonight.
Through the chair, if I may, our analysis of the Brown Act issue is identical to what you've just received, and our proposal is formatted the way it is for the very reasons spoken by your special counsel. The two essential ingredients of our request tonight are, number one, give direction to staff to prepare an agreement along the lines that I've enunciated, and number two, not to order an evidentiary hearing and continue with the prosecutorial aspect of this. As special counsel mentioned, you can either order the evidentiary hearing and continue to talk settlement, or you can refrain on the evidentiary hearing and continue to talk settlement. From our perspective, obviously, we've spent tens of thousands of dollars and untold time and effort in trying to get to this compromise point. Continuing forward under the threat of revocation proceedings and evidentiary hearings and what have you simply translates as a lot more money, time, and hassle. You have the option, obviously, of directing staff to pursue this agreement along the lines enunciated, and if you don't like it, reinitiate it. go back and at that time order the evidentiary hearing. So you lose nothing by stopping the administrative prosecution proceedings. Thank you.
Thank
So,
you.
I have a question.
One more question for you.
So this can be programmed so it changes modes 1 hour after sunset. I'm assuming it can do the same thing 1 hour before sunset? That would be technically capable?
I'm not a technician, but I've been impressed with the amount of control that is permissible. The answer to your question is probably yes, but I don't know that for certain.
Okay.
Put it this way, it's put on a timer. And the timer keeps up every week or 2 weeks with whenever sunset occurs, and it automatically adjusts the time when it dims the lights.
Okay. And there isn't anybody here tonight that can answer more technical questions?
That's correct.
Okay.
I mean, I'll try, but
One of the questions I had is this sign is made up of an array of pucks, I think they call them, term them, of LEDs. And what I'm wondering is, these pucks are, say they're rated 500 watts. Is it possible to replace the puck with a 25 watt?
in concept, it probably is just on a common sense basis, but on an equally common sense basis, what you see there costs $240,000. And we'd rather tinker with the electronics than replace the entire thing.
But there are limits to, at 35% of
Yes.
total brightness.
That's the limit.
It limits, it
we
drops
we
out.
run into that wall of
Right.
how dim we can make it.
So I guess where I'm going is that if you use a smaller wattage to begin with, you would have more control over those limits.
That's probably true, but at the risk of the sign's essential purpose. I mean, it sits up on high up on a tall building for the purpose of proclaiming a commercial message to thousands of people. If it's dim to the point where it's invisible, then it's worthless.
And it has been running at the 35%.
From 10 o'clock on, yes.
And
If you were to get direction to negotiate that agreement, whether it's with the red at night or not, when would you start implementing it? Because part of our problem is that we didn't have a clear understanding what it was going to look like before, so we don't have a clear understanding what it's going to look like if those terms are gone forward.
Certainly. And again, I have no authority to negotiate unanticipated details, but I can predict that as soon as an agreement is reached and approved by the city, we would implement it immediately.
So you wouldn't start testing it so that people could see whether that actually accomplished the purpose?
We've already done that. We started testing it back when we alluded to testing it in the letter, and now we're satisfied that at 35% it's working. It's accomplishing its purpose.
I want to make sure I understand the history of the dimming of it. So when it was first installed, obviously it was operating at 100%, and then at some point it was dimmed to 50%.
That's right.
And now before 10 o'clock it displays at 50% of its original brightness, and after 10 o'clock it displays at 35% of its
That's
original
correct.
brightness.
That's correct. So what you're seeing is what the staff showed in the pictures was that 15% dimming is not necessarily all that glaring, and that's not obvious. Well, put it this way, it's obvious to the naked eye, but not so obvious to a camera. I think it'll be obvious to the residents because it used to be 100%. And a 65% reduction in brightness is a substantial reduction by any standard.
And it's been running at 65% for how long again?
At 10 o'clock, it dims to 35%, which is the 65% reduction.
But how many
How many days has that been?
days, weeks?
I couldn't tell you for certain. I don't know. But
More than-
let's say a week
more
or
than a
two.
week?
Yes,
Okay.
something like that. As we have tinkered with the electronics to see what can be done, that has been the regimen.
September 6th.
Council says that it was probably set to September 6th,
Okay.
but I don't know. Thank you very much.
Questions?
I'm wondering if it's possible to ask staff about their observation of the sign.
Sure.
Maru?
Are you, who,
I think Arlie Cassidy should be in a position to answer that question.
Hello, Commissioners. So I visited Lori Carson's apartment, I want to say on a Thursday and a Monday after the September 6th implementation of the dimming at 10 o'clock. So the Thursday visit was the red and the Monday visit was the pink. And I took a number of pictures both before and after from 2 different apartments, outside and inside, and viewed it as thoroughly as I could. The signs dimming is not something that you, or that I, or to my knowledge, Lori has seen happen, and it's not a specific kind of chunk down as you're staring at the sign. But when you look at it before and after, you can tell that it's dimmer. And that's primarily by comparing it to the signs adjacent to it. The Holiday Inn sign, it was especially easy to compare on the Thursday when it was red. The Holiday Inn sign obviously is the same dark red. And it was noticeably brighter before the 10 o'clock and then seemed about the same brightness after the 10 o'clock dimming. The pink is a very different type of color, so, and also strangely had that kind of pink and blue combination. So it's harder to compare brightness to the red, but there was still a noticeable dimming between before and after 10 o'clock.
So did it, I mean, it supposedly dims 15 additional percent. Did it seem approximately 15%
That
dimming?
sounds approximately right. Any other questions?
Okay. Although this is an administrative item, I would like to open up the floor for public comment. If anyone would like to comment, please come forward. You have 3 minutes to speak, and then please sign in afterwards once you're done. Thank you.
My pardon, I forgot to mention that the 2 letters that were emailed to you earlier are also here and printed, so if anyone wanted to see letters from the residents, which you also have on the dais, the copies are here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lori Carson. I've been before you before. I heard the buzz in the elevator about the sign when it was first at 100%, and
Could you pull the mic down a little? Thanks.
you've told me that before. Thank you. Can you hear me? And you know, I just heard so many complaints, I decided maybe we should gather together, and we did call a meeting, and obviously we have quite a large contingency here of residents in the Pacific Park Plaza building. We have all kinds of different viewpoints about what we would like to see happen. There are many that, of course, want it to just disappear and be gone and take it down, take both signs down and not have Emeryville marked or branded by this sign. I certainly started out with the intention of hopefully working this out in an amicable way. As I told you, having been from a family of lawyers, I am the least litigious person you would want to meet, and I didn't want to have some kind of a negative kind of situation here. I really want to work it out. We feel a little bit like we're dealing with Goliath, you know. We're just residents saying, hey, it's affecting not only the quality of our life, which is one of the conditions that we feel is being violated here, but also we do have some health issues in the building that are also a problem. So we do think that there is certainly evidence that we should have this hearing take place for a modification revocation hearing. I know that they had some kind of a problem with the sign, and it was flashing colors for the last couple of nights, and it did that before on June 29th. And it was interesting to me that it wasn't fixed immediately, especially knowing that we were going to be meeting here. And I thought, you know, they probably don't see it. They have one floor of the building, not that many employees. But you know what? We not only saw it, it affected a lot of us. And for me, I couldn't escape it. We have 1,100 square feet of living space. There is no window in our condo that doesn't look at the art.com sign. And it isn't that we're singling that particular sign out. It's that the Siebel sign was a very graceful one-line sign. It was backlit. You can't even compare it to an LED sign. And truthfully, we don't really care what the illumination was. There was never a complaint. This is the first complaint I've ever had, having lived in PPP for 20 years. I've never had a complaint before. The 10 o'clock dimming, I'd like to address that. At 10 o'clock at night, the LED sign still reflects light into our condo, enough that for my grandchildren, I can do hand puppets, shadow puppets on my wall. The light that comes into our condo is only from the illumination of this particular sign. It bounces off the right-hand side of our main window because it's a white building, and so it reflects. And I think those of you that have come have seen it. My time's up. Sorry, there's plenty of others. Thank you.
Thank you. Please sign in.
Hi, I'm Chris Owens, and congratulations, Vanessa. Aren't you lucky that tonight is your first night as chair? And I am a resident of Pacific Park Plaza in Unit 1927, and I am not affected by the sign. And I guess I got really lucky because 27 years ago, when I looked at Pacific Park Plaza to buy a unit, I wanted my floor plan with the San Francisco view, and I couldn't afford it because it was $100,000 more. So now I live on the other side. And so I wonder if this garish sign does what it does to the real estate values of the people with the San Francisco view, and how it affects them. I have several other things I want to say. Art.com is contending that they're leasing the sign and that it's costing them $750,000. Well, we have over 200 units affected by it. We have 35 corner units, which are the more expensive and penthouses, where each of them has a value of about $750,000. So the total value just of the expensive units that are affected by this is $25 million. So don't give me $750,000. Art.com also contends that their sign is no brighter than the previous Siebel sign. Well, that is just totally ludicrous, because never, ever was there a peep out of the building. As a matter of fact, we're really, really good, reasonable people, and we value our businesses, and we were really proud to have Siebel in town, and we were sorry that they got swallowed up by Oracle and left town. So finally, Art.com states that we're denying them the right to advertise their business. Actually, we're not, because we do not have a problem with the sign on the south side. So, which frankly gives Art.com a much broader exposure to the freeways than the north sign. Because everybody right now with the north sign that we object to, all they get is the people coming down Highway 880 in the morning to go to the city. The other sign gives them all of 880 coming back at night, and it gives them all of 580 east and west coming to and from San Francisco, being stuck in the bumper-to-bumper traffic, and they get an absolutely fabulous exposure. Not only do they get all of that area, they get all of West Oakland and probably all the way down to Jack London Square. So, wow, you know, that's like $1 million advertising exposure. So why do they need to have a sign on the north end and invade the tranquility of our homes? Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Harold Jones. I live on the 29th floor at Pacific Park Plaza, directly across from the Art.com signage, both in direction and also visual height. And I'll admit that seeing an unusually bright, shining neon light that wasn't there before, suddenly in the sky, it takes a little bit to get used to it. And eventually something like that begins to visually blend with the background, and you do get used to it. In fact, when my neighbors started complaining about the sign, I kind of hesitated to weigh in, thinking, I'll get used to it, and they will too. Unfortunately, that's not been the case. The colors go way, way beyond illumination. They change constantly, and sometimes they glow at night. Now, those pictures didn't really do justice, but I invite you to come to my unit. Well, I won't say that, but come to my unit at 9:30, and you'll see, even like at 3 o'clock in the morning, it literally glows, and it may be certain colors that do that. But on August 24th, the Commission approved this sign with some specific, and I thought very thoughtful conditions, all of which made sense to me. The question now seems to be whether or not this sign violates any civil code that would determine it to be a public or private nuisance. And I don't honestly know that the impact of this on me at least, could legally be defined as a nuisance. But if art.com claims to be voluntarily dimming the sign, it's not obvious to me. And in fact, almost adding insult to injury, it just seemed like yesterday was an odd day for the sign to suddenly begin this nonstop flashing animation. But it may be determined that no civil code has been violated, but I'd like to share something that is being violated. And this is really interesting because the violation happens to be something that ironically is prominently displayed on art.com's own website homepage. And it seems to put this whole issue in a greater perspective. And I encourage the attorney who represents art.com to think about that as he advises his clients. While there may not be a legal violation, this violates the precept of art.com. It says on their website, when you hang a piece of art, its impact isn't limited to just the space between the frames. It has the power to fill the room, change the mood, and affect everyone in it. And when you find the art you love, you'll love your space more. We believe art is dynamic, personal, and connected to now, and the experience of living with it should be too. Emeryville, that's art.com. So we applaud art.com's view of that, but Emeryville is viewed by so many as a perfect meld of business and community. And the art.com sign is art, I guess. And as they themselves espouse, that sign is not limited to just the space on that building. It's the space around the building, below the building, across from their building. It fills our community. It changes our mood. It affects us in many different ways. We welcome art.com and the contribution that they're going to make to the city of Emeryville and our community, but we also believe that art is dynamic, it's personal, it's connected to now, and our experience of living with it should be too. I urge the Commission to carefully consider the residents' views, the surrounding community, and I'm available. I would volunteer to help in any way I can. I used to be with the Port of Oakland, and I dealt with the 3 billboards that have LED signage. I mean, we got lots of complaints, and there are things that can be done. But I just urge you to consider the views of the residents and the impact that it is having. While it may not be a legal nuisance, it does violate our rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paul Gerhardt, and my wife and I live at Pacific Park Plaza. We've lived right in front of the art.com sign, but not by our choice. I've spoken to you before at your last meeting, and I have spoken in front of the City Council. Several members of the City Council and the Planning Commission have come to our home to see the art.com sign for themselves, from my 2 bedrooms, from my living room, from my kitchen, and even from my bathroom. I am sure by now you all know how we feel about the sign, but now it's affecting my health and it's affecting my wife's health. We're unable to sleep at night because of the light intrusion. As tight as we try to close the Venetian blinds, it just shines through. We wake up at night with severe headaches. There's no way to escape the effects of the intrusion of this light that comes into every room of our home. We're concerned about our property value is down now because if we wanted to sell, we're going to have to disclose this light intrusion to any buyer. These issues could become litigation issues for us in the future, but I really hope not. No one consulted us before the sign went up, and hundreds of us now live right in front of the art.com sign. There have been a lot of words to describe the art.com sign, but one word seems to stand out best to describe the art.com sign, and that word is mistake. I've heard that from individual members of the City Council. I've heard that from members of the Planning Commission. I haven't heard anyone from City Hall support the sign. The art.com sign
is a mistake, and I think most of us agree with that by now. There's been talk about trying to dim the sign, but here's what I've seen from my home. The sign is dimmed a little bit around 10 p.m. But depending on the color of the sign, the dimming has little or no effect. But around midnight, the sign changes color and returns to full brightness for the next 22 hours. Dimming the sign is totally ineffective and is not a solution to this problem. Our property values and our health are at issue here now. I think you need to do the right thing tonight, and we need to correct this mistake. You need to make a decision in favor of hundreds of Emeryville residents, not an internet poster company. The art sign needs to be removed. There'll probably be threats of lawsuits or whatever, but you have a city attorney to deal with that issue. I urge you to issue an order for removal of the art.com sign. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this? Come on up.
The next person waiting to speak can form a line behind them so that it moves along.
Sarli.
Hello, I'm Stanley Haig. I also live in PPP. I've spoken to this group and to the council before. I think that those who have gone before me have been very eloquent. I wanted to address, I don't want to cover the same ground. I just want to really emphasize some of the criticism I have of art.com's response to this brilliant catastrophe. One, they have frequently, continually support the decision for this sign by pointing out that it's merely a replacement for the old Siebel sign. That the Siebel had a sign, an illuminated sign. We have taken over their premier position in the building, and we deserve an opportunity to show our sign. And their claim in their written document that was circulated that this new sign is demonstrably no brighter than the Siebel sign. Others have said this is just totally inaccurate. The Siebel sign was a subtle backlit sign that blended in with the color scheme of the building. This building is one of the most beautiful buildings of its size and purpose that I've ever seen. It's a gorgeous building. It's the best looking building in Emeryville. It had a sign that was elegant and understated. And ironically, if you go to the website, the art.com website, they proudly show a picture of 2100 Powell Street. And what did they show? A daytime picture with a faint sea green version of the art.com sign. So they even recognize that the sign, in that one example, they're emulating this old Siebel sign. It's very, very disingenuous of them, I think. I wanted to say something else about this sign. Excuse me, I don't like public speaking at all. The issue of whether or not fraud is at play here. That's an awfully strong word. I don't really have as big a gripe with art.com. I have a few gripes. Their claim that this sign is not brighter than the Siebel sign, etc. But my complaint is with the Young Electric Sign Company of Salt Lake City, the designer and manufacturer of this sign. Art.com shouldn't be expected to be experts in this sort of new technology. You shouldn't be thought of as experts of this type of technology. The planning staff aren't experts. If anybody's responsible for this catastrophe, they knew or should have known how bright and intrusive this sign was, and by not letting us all know, they are the ones that are responsible, and they ought to be on the hook for it. They ought to refund, and they ought to take it down, give them a better sign. We ought to go through the whole permit process again now that we know what we're really facing. And they should move this sign to the, we should move this sign to the
3 minutes
Columbus,
are almost up,
Ohio site for art.com.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Come on up, and then if there are more people, come on up and wait in line so we can hear you efficiently. I know there's lots of folks still, probably.
Hello, I'm Brian Gross. I live at Pacific Park Plaza. I've lived there for 27 years. I've spoken to this group before and the City Council. I'm a lifetime art dealer, and I have a gallery in the city, and I've been involved in art and architecture and public art projects all of my career. I don't want to repeat everything that's already been said, but I'll just summarize it. The basic problem is the sign is a mistake. I think that the city inadvertently entered into something that they didn't know. They did not know exactly what they'd be getting. I think there are issues of the technology that were not worked out. No one knew what the impact would be of this electronic sign. Looking back through documents of the process, the evolution of the art.com sign, at one point in the original version that was approved was art.com all on one line, and it was closer to the size of the Siebel sign. What is there now is a gross exaggeration of that, and it is more or less a billboard. It's intrusive, and I also am very worried about how it will tag Emeryville, deflate home values throughout Emeryville, not just our building. But the thing is a problem, and I think that this group has an obligation to really fix it. So I hope that you can get there. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Reza Ilkhani. I am a 12-year resident in Emeryville and Pacific Park Plaza. I want to echo the issue of mistake, but from art.com's perspective. Let's say if I were one of the executives of art.com. It was a mistake with respect to the commercial and marketability of the sign. It is an extremely unattractive sign. What is the data point for it? Look. There has never been any other complaints to any other signs. The parts that makes it really unattractive are the colors and the luminosity and also the font size. So if you compare the art.com sign, look at the A or any of the letters in the art.com sign compared to Hilton. It's much bigger, and they stack it on top of each other. So you're looking at a font size that's exponentially bigger than the other signs. So that's point one. The second point is that they spent so much money on the luminosity, but it's really been a waste of time. You can't really see it if you're driving from University Avenue. It's just a one big, it is one big blur, so it really can't be seen. Secondly, what is the advertisement value? They are an internet business model. The people who commute along the AD are the same group of people. If you change the color to blue, to a pink, to a yellow, they're not going to buy more. So those are the mistakes with respect to the advertisement itself. The second thing is, once you engage a battle, you really need to look at the consequences of your dispute. So first of all, it's going to have a lot of diverted resources for art.com where they could spend on pushing their business forward. Secondly, they will create, they will disenfranchise, they will divert a lot of the potential customers if the word gets out that there is this corporate entity fighting with a group of residents. And obviously, an art entity wouldn't want to have that image as well. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mitra Latifi. Although my unit is not facing the .com sign, but I've heard from some of my friends who are facing the sign, and they have told me that overnight when they're sleeping, they have to cover their eyes in order they be able to sleep. And that is something to consider, because that's the nighttime. That's a piece of your home, and you want to relax and enjoy the night. To make the story short, I would like, the way I'm hearing everyone talking, and first of all, thank you for the excellent presentation of the people and precisely definition of the nuisance, which was very educational. I appreciate that. And the way I'm hearing everyone is just that you all are looking at the human being's comfort and peace of mind versus $750,000. The decision is yours, but it seems pretty simple and straightforward. Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else?
Yeah, I'd like to speak.
So I'm looking here at the packet about this art.com sign issue, and I see just a huge amount of human effort. A lot of money's been spent by the staff here. Just like many, it's half an inch thick of city employee work on this issue. And then here I see, just page after page of people signing a petition against the art.com sign. It's just page after page. It's very dense with signatures from people at PPP. They don't like the sign. And so I'm just sort of marveling about my town of Emeryville, because in this town we have teachers getting laid off, the school's in crisis, and then we have a school board meeting where they're laying off teachers, and you get one or two people show up that are concerned about that. You get the city council approving favored developers, getting millions of dollars in subsidies from the city of Emeryville to tear down historically significant buildings and cut down trees and to build a project that doesn't that needs that's against the zoning ordinance. You'll get a couple of people complain about it. But when you get a sign that can be seen from Pacific Park Plaza, well, you get a full house, and it's upsetting that I live in a town like this where you get the priority seems sort of skewed. I think that if enough people don't want the sign, well, I don't think we should have the sign. But I just sort of wish that some people that are here tonight would show similar passion about issues that really matter in our town. It's just sort of upsetting to me to see this amount of effort for this issue. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
My name is Gabriel Basso. I am a resident and an owner at Pacific Park Plaza. How much time do we have, by the way? Is it
3 minutes?
3 minutes and clock started already?
Yeah.
I'll try to be quick. A lot of the folks that spoke before me, I think, raised a lot of great issues and points that I would have made. I appreciate your comments, by the way. I don't know that I would trivialize this or suggest that it's any lesser of an issue, but I think you made some great points. I'll try to bullet point through just some of the things that I've noticed. The predominant thought that's gone through my mind as I, kind of thought about coming here to speak was asking people where they live. Where do you guys live? Where do the owners of art.com sign live? I think the other gentleman that went to their website to understand their perspective on art made really good point. But what I would emphasize is this sign is outside the window of our home, and it blasts its light right into my bedroom. It is affecting my ability to sleep negatively. That's not good. I bought this unit because I love the view, and I think the points that were made, that were brought up from art.com's own website about their philosophy and their ethos about art are so ironic and so completely compelling that I think you guys have a lot of good information. Going through this packet of information that they've prepared, there's a lot of stuff that I think is factually inaccurate. For example, they say in one section here, the formal proceedings proposed are unnecessary, arbitrary, and a poor precedent, allowing a few subjective complaints to jeopardize expensive and important and perfectly legal permitted advertising. That might be conceptually accurate, but it's factually inaccurate. I'm a commercial banker and I can appreciate their capital investment. Previous speakers pointed out that the capital investment we've made into this property on our side as our primary residences, some of the biggest investments we'll make in our life, might also be taken into consideration. I don't see that mentioned in their argument. You know, there's probably a lot more to bring up that I can't really outline. I was listening to the news last week on NPR driving to one of my appointments. Highway 85 down near Sunnyvale is repealing a sign because it's too bright and it's distracting drivers. Imagine if it was blasting into the window in their home. I mean, I really want to emphasize this, and I think that if the art.com, the owners of that sign, want to put this sign outside of their bedroom window, that's fine, but it still doesn't mean that they would have my permission to put it outside my window. I didn't ever see the Siebel sign. I don't really see how that's relevant. I think one thing that they said in here that was very relevant is the impact that it would have on the business community, and I think that is a very fair point to make, but I don't think that encapsulates the entirety of the situation. And so even though I think they make that point about the city council having to be fair about the message they'll send to the business community, which I think is a very legitimate point to make, I hope you guys know that you are following a procedure, and there is merit to what we're saying. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Millman, and I'm a resident at Pacific Park Plaza. I've lived in the building for 10 years, first on the 27th floor, now on the 30th floor, and the art.com sign is literally right outside of my window. I share every concern that other residents have mentioned, and I wanted to mention something myself from my perspective, that is what I think is important. If you bought something and you enjoyed inherently the view that has substantially changed after you moved in, you didn't see any of the deliberations or the process or hear about any of that when it was being promulgated. And you have to deal with what we have to deal with right now, coupled with looking at that sign when it starts flashing all over the place. It looks, I mentioned this before, the City Council and the prior meetings, and it makes Emeryville, to me, feel like vaudeville, okay? And I don't like that. I really don't like that, because I live here, I pay taxes here, I have a business here, and I own multiple properties here. There is no doubt in my mind that our property values have been negatively impacted. Period. End of story. I've spoken to 3 different realtors about this that I work with on a regular basis. I am not anti-business, and I really think that a careful balancing of the interests here, you have a task in front of you, which I know we all appreciate. I just want you to think about it from a resident's perspective, and also people who are here in business, paying taxes and property taxes. I'm very upset about this sign, and I know that you guys are going to make a decision that supports the best interests of Emeryville and all the parties involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment. And so what we have before us is a decision to either adopt the resolution to initiate action to revoke or modify the permit or not. Would you like to start, John?
Sure. Thank you for all the people that came out here tonight to really talk to us about this and what you're experiencing. And also thank you for the people that invited me to their condos so that I could experience it, which was very helpful for me. So when I did that, I experienced 3 things. The first is that, and I ultimately I do find this to be a nuisance. I approved this sign when it came before us, And I really didn't know the impact of how bright these lights would be, how obnoxious this sign would be. Had no idea. This is an emerging technology. Had I known it was going to be anything like this, there was no way I would have approved this. So the issues that I really saw are three different things. The first is the quality of the light. And the quality of an LED light is totally different than the quality of a backlit sign with plastic lettering that's translucent. It's totally, very much different than a neon sign, which has a gentle, warm glow to it. I would term the quality of light as glaring, I think is really the word to use, and harsh. If I could describe this as a sound, I would call it shrill or piercing. It's a quality of light that's really important here. So when we're talking, when it's been compared with a steeple sign, it's totally different on that account alone. The second is the intensity of the light. It's what I experienced last night when I walked into somebody's unit, and this was about 9 o'clock at night, maybe 9:30, is I could literally see my shadow on the wall from this light. It is extremely bright. I can see this sign from the BART train in West Oakland. I can see it driving down 80 coming southbound. And as other people have pointed out, it has brightness, but it is not legible until you get to about Ashby Avenue. I actually feel that if they dimmed this sign more, it would become more legible and not less legible. So the third thing is the color of the light. And again, last night when the sign was going through its random motions of all kinds of different things, it was actually very helpful for me, because what I discovered was there was a point in the cycle that it went to a deep red. When it did that, my shadow on the wall faded out. And I think that's really important. And I've had several people that I've talked to say that, you know, it's like we've got this big Hilton Garden sign on the building. It's red, it's big, but we don't find it offensive. It's not distracting. And I think that color is a very key thing to it. So I think we have solutions here. I think we can come up with something that works for everybody. But at this point, my feelings are that Art.com has come up with too little, too late. And I'm going to throw something out here for discussions, things that I think we could possibly look at. These are things that Art.com could implement next week. And we could try it and see what the impact is. And maybe we can stop this before it gets too far. But the first thing is, I haven't heard anybody complain about the south-facing sign. So I think we really need to decouple the south-facing sign from the north-facing sign. Let the south-facing sign operate as it's currently operating. One of our conditions of approval was that we wanted the signs to operate together. So I would suggest that we decouple those, let the south-facing sign operate independently. The second is that it appears that this sign has the ability to be controlled on a time-of-day schedule, or even more sophisticated, to track the sunset times. What I'm proposing is that this sign make its mode change from the day mode to the night mode. Instead of an hour after sunset, a half hour before sunset. We shouldn't have to see this glaring, and I mean glaring, sign at sunset. These are people's homes. This is offensive. But I think if we make the transition to a lower brightness before sunset, it'll have make it a much easier transition for the people in PPP. The third thing is to match the color, the hue, and the saturation as close as possible to the red Hilton Garden sign for night operation. And I didn't have time to do a whole lot of research, but I know from my times on boats and boating that we used a red light at the nav table at night because it wasn't jarring to your eyes. And I think, in my experience, when I saw that sign cycle through its brief period of red last night, is that it isn't jarring. So I'd like to try a deep, solid red every night. It goes to a solid red. And then the last thing is to dim the sign at night to 35% of its maximum brightness. I'd like to see it dimmer. I'd like to see the pucks replaced with smaller wattages or the equivalent in lumens or whatever it is. But let's try this. Let's try something like this at the 35% that it's currently capable of. I want to be reasonable with art.com, but I certainly want to be reasonable with the people that live at PPP. So those are my comments.
Anyone like to go next? Kyrie?
Thank you. So some of the comments that I want to make, I'll start with the first one, which is I'm not really clear why there's a need for multiple colors for the sign in order for art.com to adequately do their advertising. It seems that, from what I understand, they don't necessarily have a logo that is one color, like some of the businesses that we have here in town. So, and it seems that, as far as the colors are concerned, the way that I've observed it myself, the colors seem to be, some colors are more intense than others, and I've perceived that at least one color that I see on a regular basis is not, it's actually blurry, which is the color blue. It has a halo around it. At first I thought it was my eyes, but I drive by it every morning at 7 on my way to Berkeley, and whenever it's blue, I can't read it. It's really fuzzy. So if I were a driver on the freeway, it might be distracting to see that blue and not be able to actually make out what it says. So I think it's a bit of a distraction for drivers. As far as the dimming effect, if the dimming works for certain colors but it doesn't work for others, I think that there needs to be some more experimentation with making the dimming more consistent, so that all the colors are dimmed the same amounts. And I think that's similar to what you were saying about the hue and the intensity, that it needs to be more consistent. Speaking of consistency, I think that the signs that are in the area, such as the red signs, it would probably be a good idea for the art.com sign to be more, I would prefer if it were more that color most of the time, red, because it's more consistent with the signs that we have in Emeryville. And then there's a question of the dimming time. And just sitting here in today's meeting, and I'm sitting across from an open window, and it's now almost 8 o'clock, and it really has just gotten dark. So I think it would be, if I were to be exposed to waiting until almost 9 o'clock until the dimming took place, that would be, I would have an issue with that. So I think that we should explore earlier dimming times. So, and those are my comments.
Thank you. Sean?
I don't have a whole lot to add, but I'll just say a couple of things. One is that I did try to go observe the sign last night, and I tried to get there right around 10 o'clock so that I could see it both before and after 10. Unfortunately, the sign on the north elevation was just freaking out. It looked like a discotheque. It needed some Bee Gees music along with it. And so I did take a little video on my phone, but it doesn't really do it justice. You can just see the kind of colors flickering in the distance. But it was clear that it had some sort of computer glitch. So anyway, I was disappointed that I wasn't able to evaluate the brightness of I've obviously seen the brightness of the normal intensity of the sign, but I wasn't able to observe the reduced brightness last night when I tried to. The other thing I will say is that I did speak to a sign contractor that I know, and my question for him was whether, basically whether some sort of plastic face could be put over an LED sign that would diffuse the light more like, more like standard channel letter, what we have come to know as standard channel letters, which are usually neon illuminated. And he told me that was something that could be done. I think in this case we have, this particular sign which changes color. I think that adds complexity to it. But in my mind, I think going, just looking into the future, I think that's, if not with this sign, I think that's something that we should explore with future, at least with future LED signs that come before us, is because to me that seems to be the problem. I think if you have LED channel letters that have some sort of face over them that diffuses the light, I'm not sure that it looks all that different from what the Hilton Garden Inn sign or any of the other numerous neon lit channel letters that we have in Emeryville. And then I was going to say one other thing, but it slipped my mind, so if I remember it, I'll come back and say it.
Thanks.
Well, I'm sort of on the same page with what I've heard from other commissioners, which is that the intensity, I think that there is cause to find that this could be a nuisance to people that are living in PPP, so I think we have a basis to go forward with a revocation. And to me, the question is whether we're moving in the direction where we may be able to resolve this without going through that process. I think that the intensity on the north side of the building is just, I don't think it would be acceptable to me if I were living there. And I think one of the things that is the most disturbing is probably the color changes, because some of the colors are just much colder and much more garish than others. So there have been a number of suggestions, including putting some kind of a shield that would block it from direct vision of PPP, or maintaining it in just the red color and dimmed to the maximum extent from sunset or before sunset or for some time. What I'm sort of grappling with is how to test these things out, because as I said before, the reason we have this problem is we didn't know what it was going to look like before. So we can say, yeah, 35% would be all right from this time to this time, but we really don't know yet. So I think we're moving in the right direction. I think we really do need to get this resolved, and it is a nuisance. It appears to be a nuisance for a good number of residents, whether it's public or private, whether it's legally supportable as a nuisance. That's a factual question that we would have to answer at the next step. But I would like to see art.com. I think it's true that the south-facing sign captures a whole lot more traffic. More people see it. The north-facing sign is illegible until you get really close to it, and seems to be much less useful as an advertising device. So I would agree with much of John's suggestions about leaving the south-facing one as the primary advertising sign and adjusting the north-facing one so that it's not interfering with the residents' enjoyment of their homes.
Well, I agree with what all the other commissioners have been saying. I do think, though, we should follow the suggestion of the staff, which is to issue an order to initiate an action to modify the existing permit. Now, I think that we're going to need samples, or need examples, rather, of what the reduced situation would look like if it's in deep red, before we could agree to anything like that. But we need to start this process. And I think by initiating an action to modify the existing permit, we push the action to go ahead. We push something going ahead. And I think that's what we need to do.
Well, I agree with most of all the comments of the other commissioners, and I wanted to add that to me it seems that the ambient light levels would may be a more appropriate measure, and I'm not sure how the process is through measuring with foot candles, and I think that would be a more appropriate measure going forward as opposed to what's being measured now, which I guess is nits, and that's what it says on the specs for the pucks. I believe that's candelas per meter squared or some such thing. Way over my head. In any event, in the evening when the fog, I've been looking at the sign many times. When the fog comes in, it just is this glowing mass, and there's ambient light that is way greater than any steeple sign ever was. And I think I agree that it possibly could be measured against another existing sign nearby. It seems that everyone is pointing to the Hilton Garden Inn, which, in my opinion, is pretty bright. So that might be one way to go as a measure as to what is acceptable in this case. I also definitely agree with separating the north and the south. I think that's an excellent idea. And I believe, in my opinion, that it is it does qualify as a potential nuisance, and I am concerned about, if we do not move forward, that things will not, feet will not be held to the fire. And I think that art.com and the staff can still work something out. So I'm very hopeful that could happen while the while this is proceeding. So I'm not sure. Do we have a sort of consensus as to whether to proceed or to?
He wants to speak. I think you have to tell him he can't.
I'm sorry, the public.
If I could respectfully just maybe a half a minute to respond to, I ran out of time. Okay, I'll make this brief.
No, I'm sorry, the public comment's closed. So.
This will be so brief, and I promise.
All right.
And I really appreciate the
I have to
exception the
reopen the
policy.
public comment. Is that something that's possible to do?
I'll keep it to less than a minute.
I think it's within your discretion. If you want to take some time for
Okay,
brief
I'll
public comment.
reopen the public comment for you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your guys' comments, particularly your consideration. The words that concern me are let's experiment with, let's test. Again, one thing that I'll also highlight is nobody suggested just putting up a barrier, almost like a headlight's recessed inside of your reflective shield. They can play with the light all they want. I would also highlight that if you dim a very big light, it's still going to be an intrusion. It's impacted our view, it's impacting my sleep, but ultimately, could we also look into just putting up a shield that will block the light from the north sign and shadow our building from whatever they want to do, and then you guys can experiment all you want.
That was
We
one
won't have this invade
that
our-
was one of the things that we mentioned.
Thank you.
Okay. Now reclose the public comment. And I also I agree that the light is intrinsically piercing, so I think that is another finding that could be made, and certainly the potential for property value decreasing is also. So, comment?
City staff would like to make one more point before you decide what to do. If we move forward with enforcement, adopting the order, it will require staff to pursue simultaneous actions, preparing for the adjudicatory hearing on November 1st, while also continuing to explore settlement options. We just want to make the commissioners aware that it will be an expensive proposition to move on dual tracks at the same time.
And so if we decide to continue this item and
if you
let
decide
them
to
work it
continue
out,
and have the parties continue to try to work something out until the next Planning Commission meeting of October 28th, I believe is the date. We could, is it the 28th? 25th. We could then on the 25th decide whether or not to adopt the order and then set a special meeting for a nuisance abatement hearing. Or you can set it tonight at November 1st and have us march on two tracks at the same time.
I am concerned about the expense and the staff time involved in this, and I think that we have said pretty clearly what our concerns are, and I think that Art.com's representatives probably have a pretty good idea of what may or may not be acceptable and what should be considered. So, I mean, with that consideration, I would sort of favor putting it over one more time with those directions. We're not going to back off, but in order to avoid inordinate expense for everybody involved, I would really rather see it resolved in another manner.
I would really want to see it resolved, though.
I would, I would also support a continuance only because, for a different reason, but only because I was not personally able to view the sign in its dimmed fashion. So, you know, I would really like the opportunity to be able to do that.
You know, I've done some research on LED signs, and there are capabilities to reduce them to 4% during the evening. And so I'm not really certain exactly what's going on with the pucks that they're using, but I think that some more research needs to be made. So here it is before us. We can.
Well, how does staff feel about a postponement to the next meeting?
Maru?
They tend to be positive.
One of our recommendations, that's one of the options before you, is continuing it to the next month.
Recommend that?
Our recommendation is to issue the order and modify the conditions.
I'm concerned that time is passing and people are not sleeping. There's that. But
Well, I really believe that if we tried what I proposed, I think that's a workable solution. I don't think this is an experiment that's going to fail. And it's certainly going to provide much more relief for people. So I would be willing to continue this, but at the same time, I want them to do something. I want them to take action soon.
His attorney wants to speak.
no, I'm sorry, we're done. Please come forward.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just as a point of order on the last issue of the process, if I could comment, a continuance would be extremely beneficial and I think it's constructive from art.com's perspective. We have indeed, as Ms. Donaldson mentioned, heard a lot of technical information, a lot of policy information, a lot of options. And I'm not qualified to evaluate the technical issues, and blending the different perspectives that each of you has enunciated tonight, I think is possible. It's cheap, it's fast, and I think we could make a lot of progress. And if you're not satisfied with the progress, you can order a hearing held anytime you feel like it. But I think given the level of good faith cooperation to date and voluntary measures on art.com's perspective, I think we have a very feasible opportunity to reach an agreement that's satisfactory to you. So a continuance would, I think, be very constructive. Thank you.
Can I ask the attorney if it is set for a modification or revocation hearing, and it does appear that progress has been made, what is the process? Is there a process for saying, for stopping in midstream?
In midstream, is the next meeting October 25th?
Yes.
You meet once a month? Well, then the normal protocol would be you wouldn't be able to interrupt it then, but until you got to the 25th. And then when it got to the 25th, you could consider whether it ought to proceed at that point or whether to continue it there. But very likely there would have been a lot of time and energy and money spent by all parties, both art.com and by the city and possibly by the residents, to present their views and their evidence as to what ought to happen. So, but before then, you would have an order of the Planning Commission to proceed, and no one person could act to direct the parties to proceed differently until the Planning Commission spoke again. Did I answer the question, I hope?
I feel confused.
No, I'm sorry. Okay. Well, I understood the question. I saw some faces that maybe wasn't understood. I understood the question to be if you ordered the revocation proceeding for October 25th, could, before that date, a decision be made not to proceed with the revocation proceeding?
No, we had it, looks like it would be calendared for November 1st for a special meeting.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, then I guess I misunderstood the facts. So, well, on October 25th,
It's a regular meeting.
at a regular meeting, you could take some action as what to do on November 1st, but you could not, before you met again, determine what to do on November 1st. Does that answer the question?
Well, so if we decide to go ahead with a action to modify the permit at this meeting today, and during the intervening month arrive at a solution that everybody's happy with, would we then abandon?
Well, they would come to you, the parties would come to you and say, we have a solution, we don't want to proceed with that revocation proceeding, and they could present that to you instead, because they would then have basically something they would be asking for approval of, rather than the proceedings, and you could, if it were, you could then consider that at that meeting.
So
Incur a lot of expense if we proceed with this action to modify the existing permit?
You likely would, unless the parties themselves came up to a resolution that they decided they were comfortable with and wouldn't have to, they wouldn't have to proceed with those expenses any further. But it wouldn't be finalized until it were presented to you.
So we could proceed with issuing this order at the soonest possible date, which it looks like would be November 1st, and also agendize the item at our regular October meeting, so that if something happened in the interim, we could also rescind.
That sounds like a feasible option, yes. But before October 25th, certainly there would be quite a bit of activity.
Madam Chairman, as a point of order again, our request is that you continue tonight's hearing. Tonight is for the purpose of deciding whether to pull the trigger on evidentiary hearings, in effect, the formal prosecutorial defense aspect of a permit revocation proceeding. Our request is that you give us another month to do what we've done to date on a rush basis. Only we have plenty of time in which to attain an improved solution that addresses the technical factors and the policy factors that you've enunciated tonight for the first time. I think that's plenty of time for us to meet. As we have done tonight, we would come back to you with a proposal worked out with staff. I think you've seen from staff's perspective that we are close. There's not a vast gap between the substantive policy positions. Because if you order the hearing now, what we have to do, these are trials, administrative trials. We put on evidence, we cross-examine witnesses. It's a big hoo-ha, and it's very expensive and time-consuming. It's completely a procedural exercise, unrelated to working out the substance of a simple agreement. And if we could instead take this intervening interval and work on the substance of a new proposal that addresses your concerns voiced tonight, I think we can make satisfactory progress, bring it to you well in advance of October 26th. And at that point, you can decide, at that next hearing, you can decide whether the progress has been sufficient. But the bureaucratic overlay to date has been burdensome. To order a hearing just ratchets up the administrative hoo-ha of not solving the problem, but doing a process. I think we can solve the problem in the time we have before the next hearing, if you'll continue tonight's hearing and not order the next revocation evidentiary hearing. Thank you.
Staff does concur with that request that we would continue the hearing, because it will be very expensive for the city to prepare for that hearing with the full evidentiary hearing, and give a chance for a settlement to be reached before the October 25th meeting. And if one can't be met, then we proceed at a later date you adopt the order that night, we proceed at a later date with the administrative nuisance abatement action. But
In other words, you'd spend a lot of money before the next meeting date.
Yeah.
Correct.
And it would be November 1st if it was to be actually moved, the resolution to move forward.
If on October 25th, if you didn't meet your resolution, I don't think it would be November 1st, no. Because you'd have to adopt the resolution that night, and you'd have to give a minimum notice of, I believe, a couple of weeks before you could have that hearing. And you could set a special date hearing for those days out. Or you can do, as Mr. Siegel previously alluded to, do a dual track, set the hearing for November 1st now, adopt the order, and also put it on the agenda for October 25th for a status update to see if something's happened. But my concern, from staff's concern from that perspective, is you are going to go through a lot of resources preparing for that hearing on November 1st.
So right now, we've got a condition of approval that mandates that both signs have to operate the same. If we wanted to decouple those signs for this 1 month period, how do we procedurally go about that tonight?
Well, from staff's perspective, we would talk to art.com tomorrow and get going on the settlement discussions. And if we're able to come to some conclusion of something that we think is workable taking into the commissioners' members, I would implore them to start that before October 25th so we can provide examples of whether or not that works. Because we don't want to come back to you with a hypothetical on October
Right.
25th. I think
So
that's
even
what you're
though
asking.
it
It
would
won't be
be-
binding on any parties at that point until something's approved by the Planning Commission, but at least you'll have visual data to analyze in making your decision.
Even though it would be against the conditions, that would be fine. We would just skip that for now, because they're supposed to be the same.
Correct. We would enter into some sort of agreement where we would give them some leeway to experiment with those, with decoupling, if that's what you're talking about.
Okay.
There's nothing prohibiting them from, I mean, the decoupling, yes, but from decreasing luminosity and changing the colors to a deep red at night, there's nothing prohibiting from that in their permit.
Or shielding, or, yeah, any of the options. Okay.
Yeah. So the existing condition does say the two signs may be different colors at the same time. I don't see anything requiring them to be the same color or the same luminosity, if that's even the right terminology, luminosity, lumis, whatever the correct terminology of this is. But there's nothing requiring that for both signs at the same time.
Okay.
De facto, they're uncoupled now.
Any further questions?
Are there any further questions? No.
So how can we get some sort of an assurance that some action will be taken soon, like within the next week? Is there any way that we can mandate that?
Well, I think, I thought you were looking at me.
I gathered that question was addressed partly to me. I can commit that art.com will reopen a dialogue with city staff tomorrow and work diligently and rapidly toward whatever solution can be reached. I have 4 pages of notes from tonight, and we know a lot more now than we knew coming into this hearing.
I'm sorry. Go ahead as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't know if the question was addressed to me or not.
It was kind of an open question to
Okay.
whoever could
Well,
answer it.
I think it's been answered, and what I would have said to you if it were addressed to me was, you just have to, it's your power of persuasion and conveyance to art.com of the seriousness of your concerns if you were looking for something that, from a commitment from them, as opposed to anything that you could do that would be legally binding upon them. But if you're serious about potentially opening up revocation proceedings now or at another point, you would convey that message.
Any other
Well, I'd like to
comments?
make a motion that we postpone this for another month then.
Do we have any seconds?
Which is what staff has recommended.
Staff doesn't live here.
Do we have any substitute motions?
I would move that we proceed to initiate an action to modify the existing permit.
I didn't hear, was there a second for the first motion?
There was not a second.
Okay, I thought I heard one, but obviously I didn't.
And we have to do one or the other.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm sensing we need maybe a little more discussion here because
Yeah,
I
it's
don't.
possible.
I don't think we. I'm okay. I'm gonna just think out loud here. I'm wondering if it's even possible, or if there's any interest for having for scheduling a special meeting in the nearer future than our next meeting, than our next regular meeting.
I think that's as soon as it's possible. I'm not totally sure, but we did go over schedules, and
Okay.
that was about as soon as it could happen.
What, the October 23rd?
The
So we'd have a special meeting of
Maru, I'm not sure if you're up on schedules, but
Yeah, I mean, if we can work out the schedule, we can hold a special meeting. It's up to the commissioners.
we could
Yes.
sooner.
Yes, of course.
Would you all be
So we could have,
amenable to
absolutely.
a week, 2 weeks,
Mm-hmm.
a meeting in 2 weeks?
Yep.
Is that possible? Yeah,
Yeah.
enough notice?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, that's an option.
I think
So,
that's a
I mean,
good one.
I mean, I think, so what if I can finish the thought, what I'm thinking is we could try to schedule a special meeting, say 2 weeks out is kind of the timeline I was thinking.
Mhm.
At that point, we could consider a settlement, if there is one. Well, we could even issue the order tonight, if we felt that was appropriate, and at the special meeting, we could accept a settlement if there was one. It's only 2 weeks out, so it's not as far out. It doesn't cost as much time. I mean, it's not as much time preparing for the hearing is what I'm thinking, if a settlement is able to be reached in that short amount of time.
Well, I think you offer a good compromise that I would be willing, if we had a special meeting 2 weeks out, to postpone this for that 2-week period. That gives people 2 weeks to
Get it
get things together and show us that this can be resolved.
Yeah, it's not ideal to me. I mean, it's not an ideal solution, but I just think we've had 2 motions and no seconds, and so I'm just, I'm trying to get us somewhere.
Would that be a motion then?
Sure. So I guess, can I make it all as one motion that we will issue this? Okay, let me read the recommendation.
Decision to initiate action.
So it's
To revoke or modify.
yeah.
With-
I'm just trying to find the language here. So.
Can I just ask one question? In the resolution, it says, as I see it, is it the last page of the packet? It mentions October 25th for the hearing on the revocation proceeding, but I've heard it mentioned it being November 1st. Is my packet out of date then?
No, that was in the staff report.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that if there's a resolution adopted, we need a good record as to which resolution is being adopted.
Right, we would be, to the extent there was going to be a hearing ordered, we were, subsequent to the agenda going out, we realized that November 1st would really work better.
Okay.
To hold just a separate item that evening as opposed to it being a part of their normal agenda when there's a bunch of other items as well.
Okay. And the commissioners then have that updated resolution. So if you were Commissioner Moss to make that motion to initiate the revocation proceedings, it would be for proceedings on November 1st?
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Just wanted to make sure the record's clear.
Right. So.
Proceedings 2 weeks from this date, not November 1st.
No. So what my motion was, going to be was I was going to move this resolution to order the initiation of that action to modify the existing major sign permit, with the understanding that we would try to schedule a special meeting approximately 2 weeks from tonight, at which meeting we could accept a settlement if one was available to us, and if it's not available to us, we can cancel the meeting. I mean, cancel the meeting for lack of a quorum. We cannot show up, whatever.
Is that,
Yeah, I mean, that would be, or the motion could be to set the special meeting in order to consider that, and then you could decide at the special meeting both if there's a resolution and also as to whether to proceed with the revocation proceedings. Or you could just decide to set the special meeting now to consider all of it and determine when to set a revocation proceeding if that's the choice to go to now. So any of those options are available.
so schedule time.
That sounds good.
We do it on the same day, right?
Well,
So, for the record, that
2
would...
weeks from today.
That would be approximately the 11th of
It's the
October.
11th of October. Is that,
It's okay with me.
can everyone make that meeting?
Yes,
October 11th?
yes.
Yes.
Okay, so.
Okay. So I think then I will move, I mean, we need to move to schedule a special meeting
Need to move to schedule a special meeting
for
on
October 11th, at which we will consider a settlement of this art.com matter if it's available to us, or we will also consider the order of the initiation of an action to modify the existing sign permit.
in 2 weeks. Is that
Just-
possible?
What you're doing is possible. We just
Great.
want to add one more point that it's not going to save a whole lot of money by just continuing it for 2 weeks. We're going to have to, both parties are going to have to start gearing up right now for the administrative trial, and that's fine, but you need to be made aware of that. Both parties agree that if this is set for November 1st, with a special meeting a couple weeks from now, we wouldn't really have the resources or ability to prepare for that trial on November 1st, starting to.
But
So-
the
Day after
motion I
failed
just
settlements.
made was not to issue this order
Right.
right now. It was to do it
At the special
in
meeting?
2 weeks if there's no settlement. So,
Then the hearing could be
At the special
later
meeting,
than
You would decide
November
whether to issue the order if there was no settlement.
right, correct.
So in essence, this is continuing this until the special meeting.
It's continuing it for 2 weeks rather than a,
2 weeks.
rather than a month, yeah.
Which I think is a good compromise. I would second that motion.
Yes, all right, well, I guess,
Point of clarification, are you initiating the order tonight, or are you going to
No.
put that over for 2 weeks and decide in 2 weeks to initiate the order if you don't
Correct.
have a settlement?
Correct.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Giving art.com 2 weeks to get it worked out.
Yes.
yes. So we have a motion and a second?
Yep. Should I set a roll call?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moss?
Aye.
Commissioner Sherman?
Aye.
Vice Chair Cardozo?
Aye.
Chair Kummerly?
Aye.
Motion is passed.
Forgot.
Oh, you forgot
Commissioner
Commissioner
Tam.
Tam.
I'm so sorry, Commissioner Tan.
Aye.
Okay, thank you all so much for coming and telling us all the things that have been happening with you. And art.com, please work it out with staff and make it happen. Feet to fire. 2 weeks. Thank you all.
One color, very dim, shielded.
Bilingual next.
There's a request for Cooley's item next, not the next item, but then one after that. to
Okay.
move on, because
Okay.
it's-
Can do that.
Because they have all these kids here for this one.
Well, this is now. I'd like to take a 5-minute break and
But the color,
Take a seat. We're going to restart the meeting.
yeah.
So in the interest of bedtimes, I wanted to get an idea of who in the audience is here for what. So the modifications to the landscape plan at 45th, and the Escuela Bilingue. Okay. I think so. I'd like to move the modifications to the landscape plan up and take that next.
Is anyone, no one's here for the tree removal?
The tree, yeah. I was a little bit more worried about the kids there, so.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. I see where
that was the idea.
Okay.
So with that, staff, Maru, thank you.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I need to recuse myself from this item on the agenda because I live within 500 feet of the 45th Street item on the agenda, as well as the item that follows that, which is the pathway. I am a property owner at 45th Street, and I will be stepping down from the dais, but I will be staying in the room and participating in public comment. So,
Okay, we'll switch this one up, and then we'll go back to the schedule.
Good evening, Chair Kumumula. I'm sorry, I can't say pronounce your name quite right. I'll get it one of these
Pretty good.
days. Yeah. And Commissioner members. So this is.
Oh, it's not working.
Not sure what's going on here. Okay, I can't even get out of it now. All right, let me try it again. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Bit of a background. On the June of this year, the Commission considered an amendment to a previously approved use permit and design review to allow changes in the landscape plan at 1051 45th Street. The Commission continued the item to allow time for the applicant and the other interested parties to address the issue of increasing planting areas on the property. Staff met with the applicant, the landscape designer, as well as a current tenant, Todd Brett, and as well as an immediate neighbor, Mark Lemaire, on July 30th. Subsequent to this meeting, the applicant took various options that were discussed at that meeting and made a few changes. So this is the landscape plan that you saw at your June meeting. And the red stars essentially indicate things that they wanted to legalize, and the blue dots were things that they were hoping to change in their existing property. So three main things have happened as a result of the July meeting. First, along the perimeter, they have replaced what used to be rock and mulch into ground cover. Second that has happened is they've increased the vegetable garden area, and that was on the request of one of the tenants. And the third was on the front yard. So what they have done is that they used to have this crushed rock here that has been replaced by green cover, and same thing, crushed rock here, and that has been replaced with green cover. And they have also proposed to break up the two brick pavers, which used to be here, into stepping stones as well. So these were the three main changes. The plan also includes all the ground cover that are being proposed are bay-friendly plants and shrubs along the western and eastern property line instead of crushed rock. Perforated weed control fabric will be installed instead of plastic sheets, and it provides for drip irrigation. There are two conditions of approval that staff is recommending. One is that the completion of proposed landscape plan be done within 3 months, and that there be 6-month reviews of the property for the next 2 years. I'd just like to mention that the applicant is requesting that the completion, that they be given more time for completion of the landscape plan. Instead of 3 months, they're requesting 6 to 9 months, and I will let the applicant talk a little bit about that. So with that, our recommendation is to approve the amendment to the use permit, subject to the recommended conditions of approval. So that's my presentation. If you have any questions from me, I would be happy to answer. The applicant is here, as well as Todd Britt and Mark Lemaire. These were the two individuals that we had the meeting with. They both are present.
Okay. Thank you, Maru. This is a public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry, the applicant. Please, come forward.
The only thing I'm asking is for the extension, because our daughter is having a baby next month in October, and November I'm having surgery, so it doesn't allow us enough time to do the things. And then with the winter approaching and, you know, the rainy season coming, it's going to be hard. We do it on our days off because we both work full time. And I just went yesterday to look at the plants that are, we are putting like, the one that I went looking for is Carmel Creeper, and they had only 2. So I asked them, will there be more coming in? And they said they don't order that many because the perennial and the winter is coming. So we might not be able to get all the plants by December. And so we are just asking for more extension. So we'll have the plants, and if I put them immature ones, they'll die with the frost if the frost comes. But we'll have it. We want to get it over with and do it.
Okay. Is that? Thank you.
What kind of
do we have any
extension are you?
questions? Sorry.
Yeah, I do. What kind of extension are you asking for? How much time?
Maybe be done till April.
Because that's a good spring, you know, good plants come in.
So we'll probably be done sooner than that, but, you know, and let you know. But if we are not done, I mean, that's why. I don't want to keep on coming to this hearing and.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? The applicant? No? Okay. This is a public hearing, so if is there anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. It's open.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Todd Britt, and I'm one of the tenants on the property. I helped develop the plan. I'm fully supportive of it. I also support the extension. I didn't know about it this evening. I would like to request that we get the beds in the garden in the back sooner than 6 to 9 months, but the rest of it I'm fine with. That's it.
Oops, I need the clock.
Is there anyone else?
Hi, I'm Mark Lemaire, next door neighbor. We also worked on this together. I think it's a great plan. If there's going to be an extension, I just want to have the 2 years, 6 months checkup to start after the completion of the project. That seems like a no-brainer, but I thought I'd say it. Other than that, I'm pretty happy with how it's all gone. Government in action.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public comment section. Commissioners?
I would move approval of that with the amended condition of approval granting extension until, what, April? With the condition that the beds be put in before December, before the original timeline, and that the 6 months check-in proceed from the completion. If you're completed before April, then whenever the 6 months starts.
I second that motion.
Great. Let's have a vote. Oh.
Do we have a date in April?
April 1st.
Can we just condition that the applicant notify staff when it's complete within 9 months, and then
9 months.
Well, no.
What?
No.
Wait, 9 was it? Isn't I thought they were asking for 9 months to complete it.
No.
I'm misunderstanding.
I would say the April 31st because of the rains. That would be.
April 30th?
30, I'm sorry. Right.
It'll never happen.
Okay, it'll never happen then, yeah, 30th. And just knowing the rains. And I would also like to add just a comment that the Carmel creeper that you can't find is actually probably not going to do so well there because it grows very wide, and that's a very narrow spot. So I just wanted to give you that note. In any event,
All right. Ready?
I would second that motion.
I believe it was already seconded by
Was it?
Commissioner
All right,
Sherman.
then I guess we can take a vote.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moss?
Aye.
Commissioner Sherman?
Aye.
Vice Chair Cardoza?
Aye.
Chair Coomerly?
Aye.
5 ayes, the motion is approved.
And that does allow for switching out the Carmel creeper with another suitable ground cover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please, that would allow for switching out the ground cover for a more suitable one in the front, the Carmel creeper. Would recommend it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Let them know.
Thank you for working it out.
Yeah, it's very nice to see everyone working it out. Yay. The next item on the agenda, I will need to recuse myself because I am within 500
Are we going
feet.
back to the tree removal now? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, okay.
Yep.
That's when we close the public session.
So, do we have to go get Kyrie out of timeout?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know where, oh, there she is.
Yeah. Commissioner Tan? We changed the agenda, so this is the Ocean Street item. So you can,
Carrie's trying.
we moved Ocean Street ahead of the Escuela.
Okay. So as a bit of a background, the council approved demolition of an existing residence and construction of 2 detached residences in April of 2007 on Ocean Avenue. The approval then got extended till April 2011, and the applicant then filed a building permit application in January of 2011. The building permit was approved and ready to be issued, but expired on July 18, 2012. The applicant let the building permit expire because he's experiencing some problems with the title issues on the property. However, he does intend to apply for a new building permit as soon as the title issues are resolved, and that's why we are continuing with this item of tree removal, which was, by the way, he submitted before the building permit expired. So this is their site plan. There are 2 units. One fronts Ocean Avenue and the other one fronts Peabody Lane. And the tree in question is the one in red that is to be removed. It's a 9-inch Raymond ash tree. And the reason it needs to be removed is because it is directly in front of the proposed driveway, which is right here. There is another tree further down, and that tree will remain. The UFO, the Urban Forestry Ordinance, requires that any tree removal application be considered by the Commission. This requirement was passed in April of 2010 after this project was approved, and therefore the tree removal at that time was not included. The UFO requires the planting of replacement trees of equal or cumulative diameter to the trees to be removed. The ordinance also says that when replacement tree cannot match the diameter of the tree to be removed due to site conditions, the Commission must require that the replacement planting of several trees of equal diameter to the tree being removed be placed. This tree, as I mentioned, is a 9-inch diameter, and if you replant a 24-box tree, that's about 1.7 inches in diameter, so you need to plant 5 replacement trees. However, there are no empty tree wells on Ocean Avenue, and therefore staff is recommending that the applicant replace 5 trees in other parts of the city at locations to be determined by the Public Works Department. In addition to the replacement of the trees, the applicant must also pay the assessed value of the tree to be removed. The applicant's arborist provided a report which determined the value to be $340. This was found to be acceptable by our city arborists. So staff is recommending approval for the tree removal subject to installation of 5 24-inch box trees in tree wells in other parts of the city that will be determined by the Department of Public Works, pay the replacement value fee of $340, and that the encroachment permit for the tree removal not be issued prior to the issuance of building permit for the 2 new residential units. This is to ensure that the tree is not removed before the actual building permit or the work will begin. So that concludes my presentation. If there are any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Maru, when you say install the box trees and empty tree wells in other parts of the city, is that including with renovated soil or structural soil
Yes.
or any of that?
Yes.
So that whole planting regimen would have to be paid for by the
Correct.
applicant?
Correct. So if you look at your resolution, the last page, let's see. The first one, actually, the first condition says the tree species and soil conditions under which the trees are to be installed will be determined by the city arborist. So depending on the species, the soil conditions vary in terms of total volume of soil.
Okay, there was in one part of the report, the arborist recommended replacing the tree in front of the unit, and if they're going to be redoing the driveway, I don't know that there's a reason that they shouldn't be able to put a tree in front.
There won't be any place. That was a miscalculation. If you have the driveway and the existing tree wells on the other side, there won't be enough spacing to add another tree.
It looks like there's over 6 feet.
6 feet between.
Looks like there's 6 feet between the driveway flare and the property line. Not over 6 feet, but 6 feet.
How come my packet doesn't have that?
Well, the city arborist is here. We can talk. We can ask her.
Sure. Oh, she's not. Yeah. Yes? Hi.
Can you repeat the question?
When I looked at the site and looked at the site plan, it appears that there's enough space to put a tree well just to the west of the new driveway, that there's 6 feet to the property line. And it appeared that the next tree down the street was kind of far away, and it would be a nice spacing if there was a tree there.
Okay. I mean, I'm not very good looking at these plans. I mean, you just have to supply enough soil volume for that tree to actually grow. So, I mean.
Could you speak into the microphone?
I'm sorry. You just would have to supply enough soil volume for that tree to actually grow. There's no point in planting a tree if you can't supply the tree at least 600 cubic feet of rootable soil for healthy root growth. Okay, so existing.
Well, we could maybe calculate it because it's a 6x4 space.
Okay,
so that's
6 by
24
4.
square feet.
Okay, that's 24 square feet, and we're talking about 600 square feet for a small tree, a small stature tree. If we talk about large trees, we're talking about in excess of 2,000 cubic feet of rootable soil, and I do understand that those calculations are hard. We usually don't get those, but we just want to give the tree as much as possible. So if we're only giving the tree 24 cubic feet of rootable soil, probably.
Well, that's 24 square feet. So I don't know we don't know the third dimension, which is the depth.
Yeah, so
right?
it would be like times 3. Probably down to 3 feet. So that's like 24 times 3.
72.
Yeah. So that's. I mean, it's not the best. It's not the best spot. But if you use structural soil under the pavement and you can absolutely gain soil volume by doing that.
And aren't most of the existing tree wells in the city similarly small dimension, and you'd have to do the excavation anyway?
Yeah, and that's why we say, like, I mean, that's why we have so many problems.
Right.
And we're saying we don't want to plant trees like that anymore. So when we do plant a tree in the ground, we want to make sure that those roots are not going to lift up the pavement in the future. So if you want to put, like, you know, prepare a whole huge space with structural soil and get, and, you know, drain rock underneath the pavement and everything, then that would be wonderful. So it's just about how much soil you're going to give the tree. Did I answer that question?
Thank you.
I have a few questions. I'm curious what, so what is it in the, is there something in the zoning code that required the city council to approve the demolition in the first place of the house that was there?
Yes, we have an ordinance where if you're removing a single family residence, you cannot demolish a single family residence unless you have a replacement, unless you have a use permit for replacement structures. So this house is still there.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I think I get it. So that was on appeal to the city council? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it was originally approved by the city council, the project, because the demolition of the existing residential building required city council approval.
I see.
Therefore, the whole project required city council approval.
Okay.
And again, the demolition can't occur until they've actually received a building permit for the replacement structure.
Okay. And then, so we just heard from the city arborist, and then, so I'm curious, who was the arborist that repaired the report? That was a different person? And that,
Yeah, the arborist report that's attached to the staff report is the applicant's arborist, and that report was peer-reviewed by the city arborist.
okay, so that is the procedure that's established in the, what is it, the urban forestry ordinance?
That is not the procedure. You mean the peer review?
Yes.
The peer review is not yet a part of the UFO. We wanted to make sure that the assessed value that the applicant's arborist was suggesting was accurate. So so I just basically asked Molly to make sure that $340 was accurate amount.
So I'm not understanding. So what's the procedure as far as the assessment of the tree that's established in the UFO? The applicant can hire their own arborist, and
Yes.
it doesn't have to be peer reviewed?
Right now, UFO does not require peer review of arborist reports that are provided by the applicant.
Okay. And then my last question is, so is it the city's position that the demolition permit vested the entitlements? Because it seems to me that there are entitlements which have expired and a building permit which was issued but has now expired. So I'm curious
entitlements
about
have
that.
not expired because a building permit was issued, so that keeps the entitlements in existence in perpetuity.
Well, so that's my question about vesting.
Yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
So, but so this is actually this is a very important, this is a critical issue for me, so I'm trying to understand. So is the way Buzz just explained, is the way Commissioner Cardoza just explained it, is that accurate, that it was, or maybe the city attorney can explain to me the vesting rights of this project?
Yeah.
Well, from what I understand, the building permit has been issued, and I believe some amount of work has been done, so the applicant would maintain that he has a vested right to continue on with the project.
So but the building permit hasn't been acted upon, so the expiration of that building permit doesn't effectively render it.
It's not my understanding that it has expired.
Well, the staff report says it has.
It has been.
Yeah, building permit has expired.
The building permit has expired?
But they did pull a building permit. Conditions say that if you pull a building permit, you're vested.
That's what the permit says? Well, I'm being advised that by the planning director that the conditions provide that essentially once the building permit is issued, that essentially they've acted upon the conditional use permit. But the fact that it's now expired adds a little twist to it that sitting here, I can't necessarily answer your question.
Okay. All right. Because I mean, I had that question as I reviewed these documents. So I did a little research on my own and reviewed what I think is, what is it, AVCO v. Southern California Commission or something, where the 3 conditions for vesting are a building permit, performing substantial work, and incurring substantial liabilities, and I just didn't see that here, so.
I brought up the same question to Charlie, and his answer to me was that once the building permit was issued, it guaranteed the rights in perpetuity of the zoning, of the planning approval. That's my understanding. He does have to apply for a new building permit and pay all the fees, but the planning approval stays in place. Is that true, Charlie? I mean,
That's my understanding.
did you have a different reading?
Well, I have a different interpretation, but I mean,
I thought like you did, but Charlie told me no, it goes the other way.
I mean, certainly I think the standards that are set in AVCO, I think, arguably had been met. The twist that I don't know of any case that's, and obviously we'd have to go research it, is when you've had a situation where the building permit is expired.
So is your concern that if we say that it's okay to remove the tree when he gets a building permit, that we're somehow extending his entitlements by doing that?
well, not so much that. It's actually that I feel. I mean, I don't see the vested rights of the entitlements here. So when I look at this, I see entitlements that have expired and a building permit that is expired. And so then, we're approving a tree removal permit for something which would still need, which has no entitlements.
I don't know that that's necessarily correct. I mean, I think there is, again, we go back to the situation that you do have somebody who's pulled a building permit, has, expended money in reliance on that. Again, the only, a building permit is a ministerial, issuance of a building permit is a ministerial act, so the fact that it's expired merely means that they need to, come back and reapply, and they might have to comply with different codes that might be in effect that change some of the details of the of their plans. But I still think the underlying principles in the AVCO decision have probably already been met. So my inclination is that it probably has vested already, and the fact that the permit expired is probably inconsequential. So I guess the other thing is Charlie's just showing me the actual permit, the condition of approval of the permit language. And let's see. Well, that talks about it expiring if an application for a building permit has not been filed and fees paid. So they've already submitted and complied with that condition, arguably. So the permit has not expired.
So where do we stand now then?
Public hearing?
I mean, is it,
I don't think the permit, I mean, again, I'm not aware of any decisions where you had a permit after somebody has arguably perfected their permit under the standard that's in this AVCO decision that Commissioner Moss has referenced, where then just because the building permit, again, which is a ministerial permit, has expired, that somehow unravels their vested right to proceed. So my view at sitting here is that I believe the permit has been vested.
they do have,
They have the right to proceed with the building.
okay. The next item on our will be public comment. Oh, excuse me. Does the applicant want to speak first? Made a mistake there.
Oh, is here.
Good evening. My name is Jim Treeman, and I've been helping the applicant get this project through for the last couple of years.
Could
And
you raise the microphone?
There he is.
Thank you.
There. Is that better?
Yes.
Do I need to repeat my name? No. Okay. But we're happy to comply with the staff's recommendations. So that's all I had to say. Unless you have any questions for me. All right.
Public comment? Sorry.
I'm Richard Ambrose, and I live at 1264 64th Street, 1 block from the tree in question. I'm a little confused as to the status of the project. We talked 2 weeks ago, and I got pretty much the same picture other than the viability of his permit. Anyway, I'm also concerned about not only the trees along the curb, but the trees on the property. There's a very large, mature eucalyptus tree and several large, mature fruit trees in the back, and some other landscaping that I find very interesting. And they're good for the environment, they're good for the wildlife, the birds like it, and I don't know what's involved or what's going to happen to those. Does he have to apply for a permit to demolish or remove those trees on the property itself, on the private property, or can he just bulldoze it? Of course, right after this item, or eventually, we're going to start talking about the working on an urban forest ordinance, and it's going to be taken up again by the city council in a few weeks. And I'm going to push for inclusion of not only trees that belong to the city on city land, but also on private property. That they are the largest trees in the city tend to be on private land. That's not true for the park, but and I would like to see some protection for the large mature trees as well. And we don't have a chance to do that if you act on this motion at this point. I was hoping it would be postponed for a couple of weeks or months. So yes, exactly. So I don't know what's going to happen to those trees, but I am concerned by them. I actually thought that the issue was not the city trees along the curb, but the large eucalyptus trees on the property itself. Can I get some clarification on that?
City's ordinances do not impact trees on private property.
It
So
doesn't.
our
Well, I'm going to
ordinances-
push for it. That's the thing.
Well, they do not, and so currently the city does have any authority over those trees.
I understand.
And the eucalyptus tree in the front is going to remain.
I'm sorry?
The eucalyptus tree in fronting Ocean Avenue, that's
Yes.
going to remain.
It's
That's
going to
all-
remain?
yes.
Okay, well, I wasn't clear on that. Thank you
The
very much.
plan for this site has already been approved previously by the city council, which includes the landscape plan.
Right.
So whatever the council approved is what would happen, and according to Ms. Desai, that means that one of the eucalyptus trees would remain.
But as with human beings, you can always get a reprieve or a pardon. So, thank you.
Any further public comment? Declare the public meeting closed.
I had a couple of questions. So as far as the replacement trees, is that done, or is that going to be accomplished by the contractor, or is that done by the city? That's one question I have. And the second question is there a time limit or a time frame within which those replacement trees need to be put someplace?
The trees will be replaced by the applicant, and it is the city that will tell him where the trees are going to go and what species and what soil conditions. So the actual work will be done by the applicant and not the city. The conditions do not have a time frame for that. But I do expect that before there is a TCO for the buildings, I would want to see the replacement work of all 5 trees done.
Okay, so then the time limit is before TCO.
Before TCO of the buildings.
And they cannot remove this tree until they get a new building permit, is that correct?
Right. Till the building permit is issued, they cannot get the tree removal permit or the encroachment permit to remove the tree.
Is there a reason that it will be the applicant actually doing the work of replacing the trees rather than Public Works Department staff, or and then the applicant paying for the work in some way?
It's more administratively a little bit more burdensome to have that transaction occur as opposed to issuing a building permit or encroachment permit rather that has conditions. I mean, the planning or building, Public Works Department issues encroachment permits, on a daily basis. So that's really a process that's set up already, and we can dictate the terms under which they're allowed to get into the city street or sidewalks rather, and dictate the terms of the work that needs to be done.
Any other comments? We have a motion to approve.
Vice Chair Cardoza, in reference to the comment made by Commissioner Tan, I would like to recommend that, just for clarification, the condition 1, we add that the replacement trees be installed prior to the TCA of the buildings.
For those who don't know, TCO stands for Temporary Certificate of Occupancy.
The resolution also has a condition that says 4 trees, that should say 5 trees.
Okay, yes.
Oh, whoops. That's a typo.
I would move approval with those changes.
I second that.
We have a vote.
All right. Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moss?
No.
Commissioner Sherman?
Aye.
Commissioner Tan?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Cardoza?
Aye.
4 ayes, 1 no. The motion is approved.
Mr. Ambrose, could you sign in over there, please?
Musical chairs today.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gets here.
Well, what are we next?
Well, why not?
Okay, next item on the agenda, the mid-block pedestrian path at Escuela Bilingue Internacional. Naru.
We have for you a consideration of the design of a mid-block pedestrian path at EBI. Just as a background, the EBI use permit was approved by the City Council on May 19th of last year, and the reason why the City Council approved it was because the Planning Commission approved it in March, and on appeal it went to the Council, and then the Council approved it. And so an EBI is a school, an independent school which caters to pre-K to Class 8. And as part of one of the conditions of the use permit was design and construction of this mid-block pathway connecting 45th Street and 47th Street. And this is the condition of approval. Basically, it outlines the timing and the process of the design and the construction of the path, and we'll come back to it a little bit later. And this is what you saw at the study session in June. This is the path on the eastern, along the eastern property line. It's a 20-foot wide pedestrian path with a 6-foot wide pathway, which is going to be made of asphalt. And the red is the 8-foot high wrought iron fence. After taking in the comments at the study session, they presented their final design. It kind of gives you the details of the tree and the plant palette, which I will let their landscape architect talk a little bit more about it. But I would like to highlight a few things. One is that they're proposing a mural along this wall. In addition to that, they have a convex mirror installed in order to address some of the security concerns regarding the kink here. They are also proposing trash receptacles, pet waste bag dispensers, and pedestrian-only signs at the two ends of the pathway. A few meetings were held regarding this issue. A community meeting was held in April of this year, and the key issue was security. And the suggestion was made that construction of gates on either side of the path be installed. At the Planning Commission study session, again, this was a key issue. A number of citizens spoke on it, and the majority of the commissioners who were present were okay with the gates being installed and the path being closed during the night. The BPAC, or the Bicycle Pedestrian Subcommittee, discussed this item at the June meeting, and the subcommittee voted that no gates be installed, and that the security concerns be addressed by removal of the jog in the path. Now, the condition of approval that talks about the process and the design and the construction of the path, and I've highlighted the portion that is critical today regarding the gates. And it states that the pathway shall at all times remain open and accessible to the public for pedestrian access only. If security becomes a problem in the future, the City Council may require the installation of gates at either end of the path to be locked during nighttime hours and unlocked during the daytime hours, with the exact hours to be specified by the council, and that the applicant shall be responsible for installing, locking, and unlocking any such gates. Given this language of the condition of approval, the gates cannot be required until security concern has been established, at which point it would be considered by the City Council to require such gates. And therefore, the applicant has proposed the final design without the gates. So that concludes my presentation, and after hearing the presentation and receiving public testimony, we recommend approval for this project. If there are any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Yeah, could you provide a little clarification on what the BPAC was saying? Were they were saying basically put the path directly through?
Yeah, they want this. They want it straightened out.
Yeah, I can elaborate on that a little bit too, since I was at the meeting. Yeah, it was basically over security concerns that the committee felt that, the committee felt that since there was no straight view through the pathway, that it would be safer if it was straightened out.
Well, that would take a huge chunk of their property. Private property.
Do you mean that the entire path would be perfectly straight from 47th to 45th with no bend at all, or that the path itself wouldn't have that curviness in it on the south part?
That the path would be straight, so the easement would be a straight shot from 47th to 45th.
Oh, so then there would be
it would leave some kind of portion of EBI's property that's free and clear without an easement, kind of orphaned to the east.
That option was floated when the project was originally approved by the City Council, and the City Council rejected that idea in favor of a path that's just along the eastern 20 feet of the property, reflecting the bend in the property line. I think EBI convinced the council that that would leave them with a remnant parcel that would be somewhat unusable.
So is there any kind of direction or clarification on what would comprise, what would it take to establish a security concern?
It could be, well, there is no direction on that. It would, yeah. And the council did not
Council would have to be
discuss that
convinced.
at that meeting either, when they imposed this condition.
I think it would
So-
just have to be sufficient to convince the city council that there was a problem.
So the condition is worded in such a way that gates can be required if there is a security concern, is that correct?
Yes.
So who would make that determination of a security
The
concern?
city council.
Okay. So this would have to go, so in order to add the gates, it would have to go back to the council for their approval?
That is correct, and it would not come to the commission.
Just the gates.
Just the gates.
Just the gates, right.
yeah.
Yes.
So the design is not going to go to the council for approval.
Correct, right.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Staff? Thank you, Maru. Does the applicant wish to come forward and speak?
Good evening, Commission, Council. My name is John Horsch. I serve on the Board of Trustees at Escuela Bilingue Internacional. It's nice to see you again. It was nicer when we brought kids. We got earlier on the agenda, so we're going to take that under advisement for future hearings. Just have a quick, oops, not that, or that, or that. Thought it was here somewhere, sorry. Thank you. I really can't see this.
Press F5.
Thank you. There we go. Great. I know that you're all very familiar with EBI, and it's late, and I don't want to take a lot of time, but just to refresh who we are and why we're here. An independent school is a mission-driven school, and so our mission is critical to everything we do. The mission of EBI is to provide an excellent Spanish-English bilingual education based on the highest international academic standards in an environment that thrives on diversity, fosters global citizenship, and develops the character necessary to recognize that cultural uniqueness is the touchstone of our common humanity. Maru touched on the highlights of the pedestrian path. As you know, our conditional use permit requires us to develop and maintain this path. The construction is required to be completed prior to our occupancy of the entire building at 4550, which we currently anticipate to be in the neighborhood of 2016. And in preparation for tonight, as you well know, we've undergone a very extensive planning and design process. It included a community meeting. It's included further discussions with neighbors and our own design team. And it included the study session in front of you earlier this year. Just to recap the considerations that we wanted to undertake in the design of this path, I think as it relates to security, I listed safety number one. We are a school. We have kids here. We are a neighbor in the neighborhood, and so I think security is something that's very important to us, and designing a space that can be safe is critical for us. We also want it to be a functional and attractive space that serves both the community and the school, that it has a strong connection to the community and also to EBI. We feel like that serves both to integrate the school into the community and also hits on the first point of safety, that it feels like a occupied and engaged space, and integrating with EBI and the community in that way. Also, sustainability is a core value at EBI. We are a certified green business, and the plantings and landscape design certainly reflect that mission and value. So Maru touched on the path design. Jeffrey Miller is here. He's our landscape architect for Miller & Company. I'm going to let him talk a little bit about the modifications that we've made to the design since we appeared before you for the study session, and answer any questions.
Hi there, I'm Jeff Miller. Nice to see you again. Hi. So from the last meeting, this is what's happened. We've changed the path material from decomposed granite to asphalt at a request to cut down on any dust that could happen in the neighborhood. We've added pedestrian-only signage at either end of the path. We've added pet waste bag dispensers and trash containers. We've added a convex mirror at the jog to increase the visibility. We've increased the size of the tree wells. You'll note their size on the plans. And we'll further consult with a city arborist as we go ahead as to the appropriate size for those tree wells. We've straightened the path as much as possible in the lower 45th side. We want to maintain a little bit of a jog there so that we can get a design of the trees that don't overhang the neighbors' properties. We're planting the smaller trees against the wall side of the property and the larger trees on the EBI side. And those are really the changes that have taken place. We've kind of identified the plant materials a little more in this plan from what you saw in the past. So we're actually pretty happy with the plan as it is, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about the developments of the plan.
So if gates were to be required, then the school would be able to close off the north end of the parking lot entirely? Is that how it would work?
Yeah, because there's a fence all the way along 47th Street.
Understanding the obvious challenges of straightening the path completely, I did suggest to the applicant kind of a scenario in which the pathway would become kind of on a median in the parking area that might allow it to be straight. And I was just curious if you explored that option any further.
We didn't really explore that option. This is the first I've heard of that, but I think part of, what I think the issue becomes the resultant property to the east, and does that have any use for EBI in the future as they look to, building out the school property? So I think that nobody within the EBI community would look kindly on giving up any more of the property. Perhaps the property owner on the north side could give up 20 feet of their property, and we could straighten the path directly through that way. I mean, we didn't really explore anything else because this was the direction that we were provided to make the path in. This was the area where the path was going to go.
That issue has been dealt with by the city council.
Yeah, I was just looking at other scenarios, and I in just roughly sketching something out, I was, I couldn't make sure that it worked, but I was curious if they had explored it more.
I guess could I also add, you're probably going to say the same thing, but had you talked at all about kind of taking the corner slightly off of that where the middle ginkgo is, sort of say from the cercis above to the cercis, in a line? Is that
you mean
for
angle?
Clearer view, viewing through and more safety of the path?
It's an open fence, so you do have view through it now.
Yeah, it's an open fence. I really think it's just a matter of this was the area where the bike path was supposed to go, and so we didn't investigate other areas.
All right.
Straighten it here.
Are there any other questions?
Entire house.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Or they could have this little leftover piece right there.
We were hoping to get some clarification from staff on one of the conditions that was in the staff report, specifically related to the seismic safety of the wall. We will be making a change, not to the the path plan proposes removing a section of the wall on the as it turns the corner on 45th Street, and we would expect that we would need to make sure that we were not in any way weakening the structure of the overall wall and take any steps to mitigate that. The way the condition reads, it implies that perhaps a full seismic exploration of the wall and bringing up to current code might be implied, and that we wanted to make sure that isn't what...
That isn't
isn't a, well, we
Yeah,
would have a problem with that condition.
We want to make sure that this wall that's next to a public path isn't going to fall down on people if there's an earthquake.
Whose property is the wall now?
I assume it's EVI's.
The 45th Street wall or the 47th Street wall?
It's
Well, there's
closer to
actually
45th,
two separate
I
walls.
think is the one more in question. But I'm sure both of them.
You think they're both?
This is Margaret Salep, who's the facilities project manager for EBI.
So I chatted with both our structural engineer and our design firm that's doing this work, and they both agreed that the way that the clarification is written is actually not the way it would work. That if there were a seismic concern, it would have to be on the side of the city to show that the seismic work was needed. So the city would need to engage in the process to show that there was seismic work needed. That our work would include making sure that the wall remained in the same condition it is. And the proposal right now is for where we remove the access point on the south, a portion of the south extent of the wall. There's a brace frame being installed in that location so that the wall continues to act structurally in the same fashion it does now. But that the way that the wording is that it's actually not allowable that way. That's our two design consultants' opinion from their experience with working with the building department.
So did you have
Well,
Yeah.
I would suggest that, you're asking for approval of a design permit, and the permits are going to suggest that you need to take care of that aspect to make sure that the wall is safe. And it's not the city's responsibility to make sure that your private property is in fact safe. So we're not inclined to revise the permit on that, on the basis of what your engineer has said.
I think part of our feeling is that the seismic, the wall's an existing structure. We're not proposing changes to the wall, and as such, undertaking a full seismic review and any seismic strengthening would be very expensive for the school to endeavor to do, and is not, in our opinion, consistent with the initial condition under which we're developing the path.
I guess our concern is the inconsistency with what the building department says on this point and the language in the condition. The estimate that we have from our engineer is if we were going to do a study and strengthening of the type he might envision, we're talking about $50,000. And if there's a concern in this area, we would of course engage with the city to take on that, but that is a $50,000 add that we did not anticipate. What we anticipated was that the wall would be maintained in its current state with the braced frame, allowing it to continue to act in the same structural way that it acts now.
Braced frame, what's that?
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for the applicant?
Can I just ask you about the timing? If this is not required for another 4 years or so, why are you
Sure, I'm happy
moving
to address
forward?
that. Yeah, we are. This is required as to be completed at the time that we complete our full build out of the building. We are currently very close to submitting building permits for that project, and this is included as part of that. It's a full document set that includes all the improvements in the building, other site improvements that the city is requiring related to not wastewater, but stormwater, and so. Our intention is to present this as part of that as well. Having to go back later and resubmit separately for this would incur significant additional design resources from the school as well as time. So that's why we're moving forward with this now. I mean, it feels far in advance in the sense that it won't be completed until 2016, but the work is, the work's actually well, it's here. So it's rolling.
Chair Coomerly?
Yes.
Just to clarify one point, the Planning Commission held a study session on this path on May 24th, as you may recall. In that study session staff report, which was, 4 months ago, it says, the seismic stability of the existing concrete block wall along the eastern property line should be checked. It may need to be upgraded or replaced. Buildings should be consulted about how to do this. It was noted that the wall wraps around onto the 45th Street edge at the southern end, and that part of it will have to be removed. So that was 4 months ago. I don't know if EBI has consulted with the building division about that or not.
I can speak to that. We propose to submit our building permit documents on the 5th of October. That's next week. So we're almost complete. Our engineer has evaluated the wall. I mean, he's been on the site to evaluate it. He's done his analysis on it and determined that the wall is structurally sound and that this would allow it to continue to act in the same fashion that it's acting now. A seismic evaluation is and/or seismic upgrade to bring it to current code is very different than assessing the wall in its current condition and allowing it to act in its current condition. The braced frame, he tells me, is up to current code, but the fact that the city asked us to study the question led us to have our engineer go out and take a look and study the situation. But seismic upgrading and seismic study on the entire wall is not something that we are contemplating.
Okay.
Yeah, the condition doesn't ask for seismic upgrade. It just says, provide documentation that verifies the adequacy of the seismic stability of the wall. So if your engineer is comfortable with the seismic stability of the wall and will put his stamp on something that confirms that, and the building official accepts that, then I'd say we're done.
Okay. Great. Are there any other questions of the applicant? This is a public hearing, so I'd like to open it. If there's anyone that wishes to comment, please come forward. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to say that there is a need for this pedestrian pathway during the daytime. It'll be a great alternative to walking on San Pablo Avenue, away from the noise and pollution of the daily 42,000 cars driven on it. The new pathway will also serve as a much-needed safer route for Triangle neighborhood children to go to school when the new Emeryville Center of Community Life is built. On the other hand, there is no need for this pathway to be open at night. During the pathway study session last May, Sergeant Dower of the Emeryville Police Department stated that the safest option for this pathway would be for it to be gated and closed at night. He also stated that he did not think the parking area should be open to the pathway. These are professional, well thought out recommendations of our police department and should not be dismissed. As you decide about gates and the hours of operation for this pathway, I'd like you to think about Watergate Boardwalk as an example. It used to be open at night, but due to their own security problems, they now lock it up. And this is in a safe area, only a block away from the police station. Also, I think about the reasons why community gardens are fenced in and locked at night. You are in charge of approving the design for this pathway. And if you do not include safety and crime prevention in its design, you will not have done your job. The people who live around this school already have to deal with the noise and additional traffic EBI creates during the daytime. And now for phase 3, the safety of our neighborhood is in jeopardy. Again, I'd like to remind you, Sergeant Dower has already stated that this pathway is a security concern without gates. The right thing to do for our neighborhood would be to approve this new pathway with the condition that EBI installs the gates on each entrance of the path and require that they be locked at night. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Please come forward. And please sign in after you've spoken.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, I'm John Tan, and I've been a property owner in Emeryville since the year 2000 when I purchased the lot to EBI. My family, I have a wife and 3 children, has lived at 1074A 45th Street since 2004. Our home is directly adjacent to the pedestrian pathway that will be an imminent threat and serious safety concern when it is constructed without gates that lock at night. Since the time we learned of the pathway, my wife, Kyrie Tan, and I have gone to great lengths to find alternatives to make the pathway safer, including filing an appeal, participating in a community meeting with EBI on the 16th of April, and the Planning Commission study session on May 24th. Additionally, we've been in contact with EBI over the past few months about installing gates for safety purposes. Although our contact with EBI has been generally productive, unfortunately at this time EBI is moving forward without the design of the gates due to their conditional use permit, which contains language saying that the gates are not required until security becomes a problem in the future. Well, okay. Having the pathway open at all hours of the night will dramatically increase the likelihood of danger and exposure, dangerous exposure of my family and my tenants, whom also have children, to crime and illegal activity. My children, aged 7 and 8, and our tenants' children have their bedrooms directly on the other side of the wall for the proposed pathway. The layout of the pathway area, the layout of the path includes areas hidden from street view that would invite loitering, provide cover for illegal activity, escape routes, and create discomfort for legitimate pedestrians after dark. Given the nature of the safety issues that will develop on the pathway without gate scenarios, I am strongly discouraging the Planning Commission from taking a wait-and-see approach and asking that the City Council amend the in the future provisions. This provision of the conditional use permit should and can be amended to require security gates on the path today. I'm almost done. There are several other technical, legal, financial, and community issues involved in this proposal. I have provided you with a letter detailing these other points. However, it is the safety issues that concern me, my family, and my neighbors the most, and I ask that you consider this in your deliberations. I thank you for your time and attention, and I trust that you'll do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I brought my own timer. It's a habit. Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for hearing me tonight. I'm Kyrie Tan, and I live at 1074A 45th Street. You just heard from my husband, John Tan. Our house flanks the southern half of the pathway being voted on tonight. If the pathway is allowed to be open at night, the safety of my family, my tenants, and their children will be compromised. My kids' bedroom are within 15 feet of the pathway, and strangers will be walking past their bedrooms at all hours of the night, people who have no legitimate reason for being there. While EBI is responsible for the construction and the maintenance of the pathway, I feel that very strongly that it's the city who's responsible for the safety of the people in our community and their well-being. The pathway without gates is not going to be safe at night because the design as it is now does not provide for adequate security to protect the public who will use it. As John said, a pathway without gates will invite loitering, illegal activity, and it will threaten the safety of legitimate pedestrians who use it after dark. A pathway with lockable gates at night is supported by the police department, as Eric alluded to, and that was stated at the study session. and should be documented in the staff report. A pathway without gates is a crime scene waiting to happen. It simply is. If the gates are a money issue for EBI, then I feel that the city, as their responsibility for the safety of the public, consider subsidizing the cost of the gates. Let's not let this be an issue about money when the lives of our tenants, our community, and children are at stake. Our safety will be exponentially compromised if the wall gets replaced with a chain link or wrought iron fence. There definitely needs to be some clarity about what's going to happen with that concrete wall if it's not seismically safe, because that's the only thing right now that separates us from the pathway. If it gets replaced with a chain link or a wrought iron fence, we will basically be sitting ducks day and night. And I'd like to point out that currently there is no concrete provisions in their CUP about what type of replacement wall, whether it's an in-kind replacement, it's not stipulated at this point. That makes me feel very uncomfortable. Another wall, not a fence, needs to be built to buffer us from the path if it goes through. Security is going to be a problem in the future, so why wait until later to do something about it? Do something now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none, the public comment period is closed, and we will deliberate. Does anyone have any thoughts about gates? Versus no gates?
Gates now or gates later, is that the issue?
I don't think that's an issue at all.
No.
Yeah, I think it's my understanding that only the council can amend that condition.
Okay, yeah, that is
So that
true.
we can't require the gates.
Well, let's
at this-
clarify
at
that.
this
The
time.
council can't even amend that condition.
No, we've made that condition.
This is a vested permit, and the only way to amend the conditions on this part of the city would be to go through the same kind of revocation modification process that we're going through with art.com. And there's no basis for that. The applicant could voluntarily apply to modify their conditions, but we can't require them to.
But the condition is written in such a way that the council could impose the gates in the future if they deemed there was a safety concern.
Absolutely, after the path is built, yes.
Okay. So we don't.
So my thoughts on this are, I don't like the path the way it's designed. I totally agree with the BPAC that it needs to be a straight shot across so you can see through it. Even in the daytime, I don't like the design as it is, and I think that's really unfortunate because I think EBI has gotten some really mixed signals about we want your path, but we want gates, we don't want gates. There's a lot of stuff going on here. We want the path along the eastern boundary, but that doesn't really work. And I feel in a really bad spot. I don't see a solution here, but I cannot support this path as it is designed right now.
Well, I think we've gone through this a number of times, and everybody has their own disagreements about it, but this is a compromise, and the gates are the big issue. And also, I was curious, it said pedestrian only, so that presume means no bicycles?
That's correct.
And that's been accepted by everyone, I assume.
Well, it's shown in the general plan as a pedestrian
Pedestrian
path.
only.
It's not supposed to be a bicycle path.
I think now that it's asphalt, I think that's going to be harder to
Yeah.
enforce, but
Yeah.
that's,
Well, I'd move
Is what it
approval
is.
as the staff has recommended.
I'll second.
Does anyone have any other comments before we?
I do still have the safety concerns as well, just because of the configuration of the path. I think it's a lovely path if it were open on the west side and it would continue to be visible, but there's going to be a building there. It's going to be more enclosed. and I think it's really problematic. I would rather see improvements to San Pablo Avenue and make that a place. I mean, really, looking back at it, when this was originally considered, there were homes that were along there that would be providing some 24-hour presence along this path, but now it becomes a place where there isn't a 24-hour presence, and it really is connecting. It's another one of these paths that's not connecting a destination to another destination. I mean, the people that are in the Triangle neighborhood, if they're going towards San Pablo Avenue, they're not going to cut across there. There might be some people that might use it to get to the Emeryville Senior Center from a couple of blocks on the north side, but I don't see that there's going to be actually a whole lot of demand for that path. So I love the landscaping along the back side of the property, but I really have the safety concerns, so I have a problem supporting it.
Are you willing to entertain a substitute motion?
Well, are we, it sounds like, excuse me, what we're talking about, you're talking about the mere existence of the path, and others are talking about the configuration of the path. And that path, its location, its configuration, is already part of one, it's in the general plan, and two, it's also already part of an approved site plan for this project that was approved by the council. And so all we're really talking about is the design, the details of the design of the path, not whether it's going to exist here or whether it's going to be in a different configuration. The configuration is where it is, and you know, and that's really just sort of the brunt of it, and really what you're being asked to do is approve the design of it. So
please come up.
Recognizing that there are inherent safety challenges with the path, but also recognizing that pedestrian safety is important in that area for our students, for families, for students traveling to Emory Unified Schools in the area. EBI would entertain a modification to our project that provided some substitute for the path, whether it be a financial contribution to pedestrian improvements on San Pablo or other such item. This is so obviously we wouldn't be able to hit every goal of the existence of the path, but we would be open to that, which I think would potentially be okay.
Well, that was a condition that was done on the path that was to be between the Artist Co-op and the Pete's plant. And I understand that they did deed the property to the city and gave them the funds to build the path in the future if it was needed, but it was primarily the residents of the Artist Co-op that objected to the path going in at all. Wasn't that the case?
I don't recall that they objected to it.
Well,
frankly, that was quite a while ago. I can't remember exactly why.
Well,
they didn't just make Pete's
because
build
they
it.
have a problem now with people jumping over their wall, apparently. And there would have been nobody else to object.
Well, just let me say that's a possible option here. That is for EBI to deed this 20-foot strip to the city and give the city whatever amount of money it would cost to design and build the path, and then have the city do it at some future date. But the conditions of approval that were approved by the city council require this path to be built prior to I believe it's the certificate of occupancy for the last phase of the project. So that would require going back to the city council and getting an amendment to the conditions, which, again, the city cannot unilaterally impose. The applicant would have to request that. Similarly, if the proposal were to eliminate the path altogether in lieu of something else, that also would have to be requested as a modification to the permit by the applicant and approved by the city council. And in both situations, I believe that would have to be first be heard by the Planning Commission and make a recommendation to the council. Also, it would if we're going to eliminate this path entirely, from any future consideration, we should amend the general plan to delete it from the general plan, and also the pedestrian and bicycle plan to delete it from the pedestrian and bicycle plan.
I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't think we would want to do those things. I mean, it's a very.
Too complicated.
It's a. What do I want to say? It's a very obviously missing link in the Triangle neighborhood. I mean, it's you know, as you can't transverse the triangle from north to south without this path. So.
Well, the path should be further north, further east, of course, but more in the center of the block than at one edge, which it is.
Ideally, yeah. I mean, but you know, I think we work with what we can do, and I always regret that I can't get from 45th to 47th when I walk through the triangle. So I think it's a very noticeable missing connection.
So just for clarification, Michael, because this has already been approved by the council under these terms, we're not really up for discussion about whether there's fences or not?
Correct.
That's correct. So what,
Gates?
gates.
Yes.
Whether there's a gate or not.
Not right now.
Okay.
So the motion has been made and it's been seconded. Can we?
Nope, is everyone ready?
Commissioner Cardozo made the motion, Commissioner Moss seconded it.
I just want to add, I think that I definitely understand that there are safety concerns, but this path has been, this kind of area for the path has been established by the City Council's approval of the project, and I think given, with what the applicant's been given, I think they've done a good job with addressing those safety concerns. I mean, with adding this mirror, with, just their design philosophy to plant trees that don't, and not lower landscaping that obstructs the view. I mean, they've tried to keep it as, as much of a view through it as possible. I think it is, maybe the shape of it is regrettable. Maybe maybe some of the bigger picture issues are regrettable, but I think with what they've been given, with saying, if by saying, you have a, however wide this thing is, whatever you have, you've been given a 20-foot wide zigzagging piece of land, design it. I think they've done a pretty good job with the design.
Are there any other further comments about the design before we have a vote? I also agree that I'm concerned about the safety issues, and at the same time, it is not what is before us. So I am, it is, and I do believe that Gail brought up a very good point where there was going to be a housing development there, and now there is not. There's a school that is vacant at night for the most part, and that.
Well, the adjacent neighbors that are not happy with the lack of gates can appeal this decision to the City Council, which could then decide to put in gates, couldn't they?
Only if the applicant requests a modification to the conditions of approval.
Right, as the way it's stated right now, the pathway has to get built first.
Yeah.
And then the council has to make a determination that there's a safety concern to require the gates.
But the neighbors could appeal our decision of approving this tonight.
But the council can't require the gates before the pathway is built because of the way they approve the condition.
That's right.
Well,
It would be a wasted appeal.
yep. At that point. Please come up. I need to, actually, I need to make a motion to, or I need to, yes, make a motion to reopen the public comment. Do I have a second?
You can do that
Do that
yourself.
without? Okay.
Yeah.
Please come up then. We'll reopen it.
Right.
Living right next door to there for the last 12 years and seeing what goes on the other side, even without the path, is frightening. And we have a bird's eye view. We don't mind the path. We don't mind the school. But living on the other side of that wall and having unscrupulous people possibly come down through there being chased by the police. I talked to 5 different police officers that said that if that thing was left open at night, that it was unquestionably a bad decision. They said their eyes were rolling in their heads, that why would you leave a pathway open in the middle of the night? For what reason? It is a huge security thing. We are so frightened to death if someone should be chased by the police or just simply decides to scale this wall and breaks into our house while we're in there. And my kids, my son's not here, I have 3 kids. He went off to college. It puts the fear of God in us. And the fact that all these guidelines are completely sidestepping the simplicity of putting gates in at night is mind-boggling to me. And all these rules and all these different types of laws and things are so brutal that they have not even mentioned the fact that we have lived there for years. And now we're being told we can't even appeal it. I feel unbelievably offended that our existence as residents of Emeryville, and I am in full support of everything that happens, and I didn't even object at all to the school, and even John wants the gates, he just doesn't want to pay for them. It's all about money here, and my kids, I'm telling you, if anything happens, it is going to be really regretful. And I really feel that this process is something's wrong with it. That's all I can say. I really hope you think twice here. My God, with gates.
Thank you. John, could you come up for a moment? In light of the fact that you're not going to need to deal with the earthquake structural engineering of that wall, would you be willing to put in 2 gates?
The issue for us really comes down to cost, and I hate to be callous about that. It's an exceptional cost. It's over $50,000. We're assuming that the gates that you're talking about would need to be open on weekends and in the summer, I assume, when the school's not in session. So it's not something that could be manual, that the school can manually address. So it would need to be automated, which has an additional installation cost, which our contractors and landscape architects estimate to be around $50,000. And then on top of that is the added maintenance of those gates. I mean, now we're talking about enrolling an entire classroom full of kids to pay to put the gates in, and that goes away from the mission of the school. And I mean, I am not trying to be callous, and
However,
we care very much about the safety of our neighbors, and are loath to create something that would potentially cause a problem. But
however, if there was a problem, you would be required potentially.
We accept that. We accept that. Our hope is that our presence and increased presence in the neighborhood will have a positive effect, and that we're not going to encounter those kinds of things. We accept that eventually we may need to do that if there are security concerns. That's the condition that we agreed to when we move forward with this. But we can't. I mean, it's not a want to. We just can't. We just don't have the money to do it. So.
Thank you.
Oh, can we vote on it now?
We still have that motion up. And
You have a
remind
motion on
me-
the floor to approve the staff recommendation,
Right.
which is to approve the design as submitted with some conditions.
And do we have a second?
Yes, Commissioner Cardoza made the motion and Commissioner Moss seconded it.
Okay. Have a vote.
All right. Commissioner Donaldson?
Having heard the comments of the police department the last time around, I'm going to abstain because I don't feel comfortable with the safety issue, and I don't feel that I have the option of say, it's not the design per se, it's the configuration and the other stuff that, that I just don't feel comfortable with.
Commissioner Moss?
Aye.
Commissioner Sherman?
No.
Vice Chair Cardoza?
Aye.
And Chair Coomerly?
No.
All right, we have 2 ayes, 2 noes, and 1 abstention, so that abstention doesn't count, so it's a tie vote, which means the motion fails. So the design is not approved. That could be appealed to the City Council, right? Yeah, this is an action of the Planning Commission on this decision, and the decision was against doing it, and that decision may be appealed to the City Council.
Can we at least give the applicant some direction on what, I mean, I would hate for them to go away not knowing what concerns to address or what, yeah.
Well, I'd like to see it appealed to the city council because I think there's some council decisions that need to be made on this. Because I almost feel like they've been put in an impossible situation, and so have we.
I'm not sure what further decisions the council can make. They can't modify the conditions unilaterally, so any movement would have to be on EBI's part.
So if we had approved it now with putting the gates in immediately,
I don't
we couldn't do. You said we couldn't do that
can't
either.
Yeah, I mean, do that.
As I see it, the council is required that this pathway be built. We're supposed to approve the design of it. We just denied the design of it, but the applicant still has to build it. So I would just like to give the applicant some direction as to what to do to come back with a design that would, you know, that would be more favorable.
You mean come back to the commission?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, they have to first go to the city council. I think.
Well, not necessarily.
But I mean, because as I understand, like there's nothing that the council can do to waive this requirement of building the path. So the requirement of building the path stands. The applicant has to build a path, and we have to approve the design of the path.
Right.
So.
But we're not approving the design of the path.
Sure,
Therefore,
So
the council could approve the design on appeal if you can get 3 votes.
This isn't the cheapest design that exists. We really designed this because we wanted this to be a resource for the community and to tie the school to the community. There are less well-designed examples of less well-designed pedestrian paths in Emeryville. You know, I can't speak unilaterally. We have a board, but we could potentially come back with a 6-foot asphalt path with hydro-seeded grass on both sides and capture the savings and put them into gates. We don't feel like that. We feel like we're sort of, now we've gotten to something that doesn't really serve the school, it doesn't serve the community as well as it could. But that's certainly something that we could potentially explore.
if there was a way to...
This is a 200, we haven't priced it, we don't have construction documents, but it's approximately a...
We have 50% pricing.
Okay. It's approximately a $200,000 path to build for a school, that has a mission that is about educating kids. And, I think we're happy to comply with the requirements that were placed on it. We accepted those conditions when we moved forward with our project last spring. But at a certain point, it becomes something that, we just, it's not possible for us to, I think some of the suggestions about straightening the path, it's very difficult to argue with the logic of straightening the path. That would be really great, except that it significantly impairs our ability to make use of the property in the future. So some of them are just, they seem like they should be easy, but they're just not because of the, and again, it's a mission-driven school. We are, we're trying to educate kids here, and that's and I think, the somewhat unfortunate thing of continuing this for us is that it impacts our construction schedule now for our project, and it impacts
we feel like we've worked in this process for 5 or 6 months specifically on the path, and 16 months since we got the original approval. And we have kids who are enrolled who need classrooms. And as the person who keeps this construction schedule, we got to start. And we can't, and to, as you know, going into the building department with drawings that aren't complete is really, it's expensive and it's challenging for the city as well as for us. You end up chasing those sorts of things through the process. So we're feeling a hardship here and a worry about our ability to have kids in classrooms for the fall.
Charlie?
Yes?
What are our options going forward, since it has been a tie? The motion
Well,
failed, basically.
I mean, you're done, basically. You did what you were asked to do, which is to take a vote, and you took the vote. I would say the ball
In
is...
terms of recommending...
Oh.
in
Well, you
terms
can
of
provide them
recommending.
with some direction. I'm not sure what that direction would be, but I think the ball is in EBI's court to either come up with a different design and request you to reconsider based on a different design, or to appeal this decision to the city council. Those are the options I see, unless I'm missing something.
Well, it sounds like the big issue is the security gate, and we can't touch that. We've been told. And
So I guess direction would be to appeal to city council, and I do apologize that it is extending.
Well, I mean, somebody could make a motion to reconsider your motion if any of the commissioners were inclined to change their votes, but that doesn't sound likely. The two who voted against?
Well, one of them.
I'll make that motion.
Well, no, it has to be someone who voted
Oh.
no, would have to make a motion to reconsider, and then that motion would have to pass, and then you'd have to vote again and see if it comes out any different. But I don't see any reason why it would, unless any of you is inclined to
Can we-
change your mind.
I mean, can we at least reconsider it to discuss it a little more?
Is that possible?
Sure.
Yes.
Well,
it's what we can or cannot approve that
discuss it.
If
is
you
kind
want to
of the-
discuss it some more, you can always discuss it.
Okay.
You
All
don't
right.
need to vote
So-
to do that.
Can you think of any
I'm
magical solutions?
well. I'm
'Cause
struggling.
you're on a roll tonight.
I'm
so.
struggling too. I mean, I'm just, I'm a little frustrated because we're being asked to design a box, and I think on its face the merits of the path are valid. I mean, I think they're good. I think it's a necessary connection. Whether or not it should be gated or locked at night or straight, or those aren't really issues that we unfortunately have the ability to discuss tonight because of the way it was approved. And so, given that I appreciate the value of it, I personally am going to use this pathway all the time. Because I walk through the Triangle neighborhood all the time, and it always annoys me that I can't get from 45th to 47th. So, I appreciate the value of it. I wish we had the ability to approve gates, because I think that would solve a lot of our problems. But we don't, and the city council still does. They can still, if we approve the design and this pathway gets built, they could immediately decide that there was security concerns and require the gates. They could do that, within a week of it opening, unless the staff is going to tell me otherwise. They could do that, and that would solve some problems. So I have no idea if the council's interested in gates or what their approach is going to be. I feel like we have a responsibility to approve this box that we've been given. And I
And-
think
and the
with what
council-
they've been given, they've done, they've done the best job that they could do, essentially.
I agree, and the council has given direction to proceed without the gates. That was their direction. So,
So if the neighbors appeal our decision to the city council, couldn't the city council then change their prior decision?
No, to reiterate, the conditions of approval are now vested. The project is vested. It's got a certificate of occupancy. The only way the conditions of approval can be modified are either through a revocation and modification process, which requires the whole evidentiary hearing thing that there's a nuisance, which in this case would be hard to show, or the applicant has to voluntarily apply to modify their conditions. The city council cannot unilaterally change the conditions.
it disturbs me that the school has done a lot to make this pedestrian walkway very attractive and useful, and at the same time that there are serious safety considerations at night, especially.
Let me say this, are there anything that, so it seems like there are some concerns about safety. Is there anything on the table, are there any solutions that would serve to allay any of those fears? I mean, because we do have the ability to affect the design of the path, so we could add some conditions of approval to require some other things that might,
More landscaping or something?
yeah, as far as the design. I mean, if we wanted another mirror, or we wanted a larger mirror, or we wanted, I'm just thinking out loud here, but and I'm just putting this out there.
But the gates are not an issue that we can...
The gates are not something that we can approve.
I think they've done an excellent job with designing, and I'm in the space allotted. I don't know how
Yeah.
it could possibly,
Existing lights on
Any
the
other,
wall.
any ideas?
I guess the only thing that I can think of is simplifying the design and putting the gates and going low budget on the design of the path and put the money into the safety.
That would be an alternative. Would be an alternative. Value engineering.
I'm sorry, missed a low-budget design for the path and then put the money into the gates?
Right.
Well, I think that's what Mr. Horst suggested, but I'm not sure that's what anybody wants.
That's the only option I can think of that I can control.
It's not.
A great one.
What about additional lighting?
It's a blind corner. It's like access to people's property next door.
You have a potential solution?
Come up. Yes, we'll open the public hearing.
Yeah, okay. Whatever.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Well, I've been a builder for about 35 years, and there could be some solutions that would save...
and lift it up, please?
Oh, sure. There could be some solutions that would save some money by installing a gate at both ends, or one in the middle, and leaving that parking lot on the north side open as part of that fence, that 20-foot gate that slides. There could be a modification there so it closed off that area that passes, that's going to let people flow through there. That's one option. And then, of course, if they didn't have to demolish the whole wall and they were just to cut a hole in it and get a design, by keeping people out of that area at night, it would solve several problems that may save money in the long run for EBI in terms of just people sleeping in there and living littering and doing all kinds of things. Again, there seems to be a lot of ways to get this done and keep the same design. I think the design is fine. It's just the fact that we are so subjected to people going through there, and people have come over the wall plenty of times. And in the middle of the night when we're sleeping, I got to tell you, it puts the fear of God in me. If they cut a hole in the wall at the end, they would save a lot of money in demolition. They could get some alternative pricing, and I think it's reasonable to attempt to look at it that way, that it might weigh itself out in the end if that is closed off. But do you guys really want it open all night long anyway? Is there a reason for it? I'm just curious. It comes down. Because it really freaks us out. Sir?
You need to speak into the microphone.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Yeah, sure. I was just trying to talk to John and his wife. Because in the meeting, John's wife inclined the gates were a good idea. But in any event, there's probably a lot of ways to analyze it if we give it time. That would be my hope. As a contractor, I've looked at things 100 ways to find the best, most economical solution for the best product for everybody. And thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Coomerly, just to clarify, we've heard of several people comment about the demolition of this wall.
Mm-hmm.
There's no proposal to demolish this existing wall.
No. There's the end piece that was talked about.
Oh, yeah, there's the piece that wraps onto 45th Street. That has to be demolished. But the wall along the eastern property line is not proposed to be demolished.
No.
The public meeting's over.
I think she reopened it.
It's reopened.
Yes, and mine is just Ruth Major and commissioners. I just wanted to say one thing. It's distressing all around for everyone, including you, but there are a lot of grants out there for security that are connected to schools. So what I'm suggesting is if somebody could do some research in that area, there may be a way to pay for the gates through some grants, because there's specific grants around security for schools. So it's just a suggestion.
Thank you. Okay.
I'd like to clarify one other thing about the gates. As Ms. Desai mentioned in her presentation, the conditions of approval explicitly say that EBI will be responsible for both installing, maintaining, and operating, i.e. opening and closing the gates. City staff is not going to do that. The police are not going to do that. It's going to be EBI's responsibility to make sure the gates are open and closed whenever they need to be open and closed. And so any gate design would have to take that into consideration.
I just want to add one more thing. Mm-hmm. So I just realized that I just kind of had this realization that, so we've kind of been discussing possibly the potential to kind of value engineer it, to get more, to cut down the cost of the design, to be able to save some money to add the gates. In that scenario, the applicant would have to voluntarily do that because we can't require them to build the gates. So they would have to voluntarily do that and come back to us. But what we would get is a pathway that was designed more cheaply and gates. If we were to approve what they've, something similar to what they've designed here, we would get a well-designed pathway, and if there are security concerns, the council can make that determination and require them to build the gates. So we'd be getting a well-designed pathway and still be getting the gates if there are security concerns, and EBI would have to pay for the cost of those gates.
But that would be after some security issues had arisen.
I mean, what constitutes a security concern?
That's the council's discretion. So, if they're inclined to make that finding very easily, then that's their decision.
Okay. Charlie, I have one other question.
Yes, ma'am.
In the in the possibility of becoming a flip-flopper, is it possible to retake a vote?
Absolutely. Somebody who voted no would have to make the motion to reconsider. That motion would have to pass by 3 votes, I guess, and then you just vote again.
Okay. I would like to make a motion, as one of the no's, to reconsider this path and to approve it as designed. I think
those have to be separate motions.
You're just making a motion to reconsider.
making a motion to
That's
reconsider.
all you got to do right now.
And I just wanted to add that I think what Sean was saying is in the spirit of safety, that the council, in its ultimate wisdom and understanding budgets, will be able to determine what constitutes a safety issue.
And I think we can definitely voice our, I mean, I think we have voiced our concerns here to the council that we have concerns about safety, and, you know, and I think most of us would encourage them to, you know, to be very, what do I want to say? To have an eagle eye on this issue and
Yes.
and be very ready to make that determination.
Vigilant.
Do I have a second on that?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay, ready to vote? This is just a vote on whether or not to reconsider your motion. Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moss?
Aye.
Commissioner Sherman?
No.
Vice Chair Cardoza?
Aye.
Chair Coomerly?
Aye.
4 ayes, 1 no. The motion is approved, so you may now reconsider this item.
Now I'd like to reconsider this project as proposed and move to approve it with the condition, with no condition,
Well, with the
in that-
conditions established.
with the understanding that City Council will, in its, like I said, in its ultimate wisdom, will make sure that they have an eagle eye on it and that security issues are closely watched and a fence approved as soon as any sign of problems arise.
A gate, you mean? A gate.
A gate.
Gates.
That's right. Put in gates, yes.
Right.
I mean, you're not modifying you can't modify the
She's just
the
stating.
existing condition, but those are your sentiments.
Those are just my sentiments. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to-
Sentiments of the commission.
Excuse me. Yes.
Is there a
Do
second?
I have a second?
I'll second that.
Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
All right. Commissioner Donaldson?
I'm still going to abstain, and I would just encourage that if there's any way that the two of you can work together to come up with some other proposal, that would be wonderful.
Commissioner Moss?
I echo Commissioner Donaldson's sentiments.
Commissioner Sherman?
No.
Commissioner Vice Chair Cardoza?
Aye.
And Chair Coomerly?
Aye, and I also would like to see a solution worked out, hopefully between all of you.
3 ayes, 1 no, 1 abstention. The path design is approved, and this decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days.
Okay.
And I did just want to say, I hope you realize how much all of us have struggled with this, because for a path that doesn't have safety concerns, it's a beautiful design, it would be
Yes.
lovely, but there's some significant issues.
Well, we recognize that as well, and I think, the fact we've invested many months and many hours of both volunteer and paid design time to try to address this as best we can, so.
Yeah. Thank you all.
Jeez, that took even longer than I thought it would.
It's empty. Well, we have one more item on the agenda. This is the tree study session for street trees.
See what you've been missing all these years?
So this is a study session. The City Council had the study session earlier in the year, and their recommendation was that the Planning Commission also benefit from the study session. So the topics that are going to be covered, myself and Molly are going to tag team here. So the first is the key regulations that affect the street trees, a little bit about tree inventory, planting, and tree fund. Then Molly is going to talk about tree selection, planting, and protection. And then I will finish up with some policy direction that we are seeking from you regarding tree removal and replacement, as well as modifications to the urban forestry ordinance. What is a street tree? Any tree in the public right-of-way and on land owned by the city. Who maintains it? It lies with the property owners, except in areas zoned medium-density residential or RM. What happens when a sidewalk is damaged? It's the owners of commercial and industrial property are responsible for maintaining the sidewalks abutting their lots. And in practice, the city has not had a program to request owners to repair damaged sidewalks. Generally, a request for sidewalk improvement and or repair is associated with building and or planning permit. Regarding tree planting and removal, the Planning Commission approval is required to remove any street tree. Tree removal permit requires planting of replacement trees of equal and cumulative diameter of the tree removed, plus payment of replacement value fee of the tree removed. You heard a little bit about it in the first item. If the need for the tree removal is not the fault of the owner, the ordinance allows the commission to waive the requirement to replace tree or the payment of replacement value fee. Tree inventory, planting, and tree fund. And this is stuck again. And I'm not sure why it does this. All right, there you go. So the Department of Public Works keeps a GIS-based inventory of all street trees. The last time that the survey was done was in 2008, where about 3,800 tree wells were in the city, of which 6% were vacant or occupied by stumps. Since that survey, there have been several projects implemented that have installed new trees. These include the Park Avenue Beautification Project, the Emery Park, and various private projects. The Public Works is in the process of updating this tree inventory in order to capture these recent changes. And this is sort of the map showing where the tree wells and the vacant tree wells and the stumps exist around the city.
That's from a couple of years ago, right?
This was 2008. So how does tree planting occur in the city? The street trees are planted as part of private planning projects. The city may also install street trees depending on availability of funds. In 2008-09, there was a Triangle neighborhood tree planting project that was done. Currently, the Public Works budget includes a line item of $5,000 each fiscal year to purchase and install new trees. And this would allow about 30 new street trees per year, which is the cost of $150 per 24-inch box tree. But this would not include planting in structural soil. Planting in structural soil would cost about $1,200 to $8,000 per tree, depending on the size of the tree and the species of the tree. There is a UFO fund, and a tree removal permit includes payment of replacement value fee for the street tree removed, and this is where that money goes in. The ordinance also allows collection of civil penalties if a person removes or damages street trees at the rate of 3 times the replacement value fee, plus cities incurred appraisal costs. So these are the sources of the fund. The existing balance is about $42,000. So I'm going to hand over to Molly, who's going to give us a little bit about tree selection, planting, and protection.
Nice to be here. Thank you. Okay, so I start off with this picture because this is a successful tree planting. Trees are planted high. They were, the sites were dug out. They were mulched. Watered correctly, protected. And I start this off because we know how to plant trees correctly now. We have all the information. And even though this is not on the urban landscape, which has its own set of issues, we still know how to do that with the urban landscape too. So, all right. So this is what we're all going to be talking about: what the vital information is. All right. So what is failure? This is failure, and we go around our streets and we see uplifted pavement, branches being hit by cars and ripped out, trees just not thriving. And when does failure occur? It occurs all the time, and we say it occurs in any one step of the planning process. These are London plane trees. They were not provided an adequate soil. The trees were put in probably holes big enough for the root ball, and the rest of the site wasn't dug out, and now they have anthracnose pretty bad. So yeah, so when does failure occur? Lack of understanding of the site conditions, knowledge of the plantings, of the species that you're going to be planting. You know, if you go to the nursery and you pick out a tree that has girdling roots, that's a failure. Lack of proper maintenance, that includes, I'm sorry, that includes structural pruning. So, and water and soil compaction are critical. All right, and also I just want to talk about tree protection. You know, most times when we try to protect trees during construction, it doesn't work, and it's really lack of either adequate protection measures or the contractor's just not compliant. So this happens all the time. So what we say is when you plant a tree, you really need to go and look at the site and find out the site limitations. What is the wind and sun exposure? What is the above ground things? Is there power lines that are going to, you know, the tree's going to have to be cut? Is there you know, blacktop that is going to lift. So you have to know all the above ground limitations and also the below ground. Like what is the soil like? What kind of texture does it have? Is it clay? Is it sand? You know, is it anaerobic? Is it compaction? All these things need to be addressed, and we need to figure out what the limitations are. And then after that, then we can choose a species right for the site. We can modify the site, whatever we need to do. So special situations, planting in turf, you know, you need to plant the trees high. If you plant them too low, the water's going to fill in the hole and the tree's going to drown. Planting close to hardscape, we're going to talk about different under pavement treatments that we can use to prevent that uplift of pavement. And also if the site analysis understands that the soil is toxic, we might want to change the soil altogether. We're finding a lot of heavy metals in soil, and if there's zinc or lead, the trees cannot physically pull up any water and nutrients or anything. So, and then what we were talking about earlier, what size pot are you going to be planting the tree? So we say that large trees require an excess of 2,000 cubic feet of rootable soil, medium trees 1,500, small trees 600. And we really want to give them the most amount of soil possible. So if we're going to plant a tree in a 3x3 space and not give it anything, then it's just going to look like it's just going to be surviving. The average life of a street tree right now is about 7 years. And that means because a lot of trees actually die after they're planted, and you know what they look like. They're just kind of scraggly. And and soil volume also is limited by lack of oxygen. Trees require oxygen for their roots. So anyway, this is an example of limited soil volume. As you can see, these are incense cedars. The two small trees on the left is where the medium kind of bottle-nosed, and it's a good example of just they were all planted at the same time, but those are obviously not as thriving, even though the other ones aren't very thriving either. Okay, so what tree roots need? Okay, so we know that roots cannot physically penetrate soil that's over 85% compacted. And under pavement, engineering requirements make it so that the soil is 95% compacted and tree roots just won't grow there. Soil chemistry, pH, salinity, that all has to be in line with tree roots. And oxygen. Roots do not take up anything if it's not being bonded by an oxygen molecule. So roots cannot take up any water or nutrients or anything. The oxygen is needed to do that work. And if there's no oxygen in the soil because of soil compaction or flooding, or the tree is not going to thrive. So, and we know that if a tree is the extension of its limbs are only about this much a year, then we know that's exactly what the roots are doing too. So it's directly related. So methods to increase soil volume, Emeryville has done some of these. I don't know actually if they have used a silva-cell, but this is just a way that you can put the pavement on top so that there's really rootable soil down in the bottom. But you have used structural soil. And this is just basically a mixture of rock and soil, about 3 parts rock to 1 part soil. And so it can be compacted down, and it forms a matrix where there's oxygen and, and water filtration and everything within that. And then what we say is if you just put 6 inches of clean drain rock on top of that structural soil, roots will not want to get up into that because it doesn't have any water or nutrient holding capacity at all. So roots will actually stay down in the structural soil. Also, dig bigger sites. This was a picture taken from the Berkeley University median, where that site was dug down 5 feet. And when we did site analysis the first time, we found that it was about a foot of really good soil, followed by compacted road base, followed by a compacted clay. And there was no way that those trees were going to grow. But we somehow got it down, so we dug that median out to 5 feet and amended it with compost, and those trees are looking really good, much better than most medium trees I see. Okay, so so if there could be one point that that you can take back with you, is that there's always budget constraints and everything, and what we say is that if you have a limited amount of money, it's really better to plant fewer trees, but plant them correctly, rather than say, oh, we planted 100 trees, with this grant or with this money, and all those trees are, either going to die or going to never thrive, or in the future are going to lift up the pavement, and so their roots are going to have to be cut, and then it just sends those trees down into a spiral of decline. So we see all this from happening. So we have the information, and we can do it. We just have to make educated decisions about our tree planting. So then this just talks about, this is more, we're not going to go into that. And what I said before is that, really you need to go to the, and I've been doing this job for 3 years, and really most tree protections that I've seen have failed. And really it's about establishing a bond. It's about having the tree protection on the plans, but also including the arborist in the whole planning sessions, so that the arborist will go out and say, hey, there's 10 trees on the site. Go out and look at them, and maybe 5 are very valuable, or maybe they're not valuable at all. So we want to know all that information ahead. We don't want to put a lot of money into protecting trees that aren't worth anything, but we also want to do our best, and we just want to know what's going on. So that is critical to. This is just a sad story about a paradox walnut that the contractor just did not. We didn't have the backing of the owner, and the contractor came in and just did what they do, which is not really protect trees. So So we have, we have some ideas, for contractor compliance, because that's really our main issue. Is we can establish a bond to the value of the tree, and then if they somehow encroach into the root protection zone or do something bad, we can say, well, you're not, that bond is going to be there for 5 years to make sure the tree's okay. So, everyone talks money. And if we say, and value the tree, if we say this tree is worth $50,000, maybe someone would pay more attention. Okay, that's it.
So I'm going to show some pictures of trees and talk about how old they are and what kind of conditions they were planted in. So this is H-Song on 40th Street. They were planted as 24-inch box. They're about 4 years old, and they were planted in structural soil. This is north of the H-Song property on 40th Street, and these are trees on a strip. And this is south of H-Song, this is north of H-Song. And these are 17-year-old trees, and they were planted not in structural soil.
17?
17. This is the Park Avenue trees. These were planted in they were planted as 24-inch boxes. They're about 2.5 years old, and they were planted in non-structural soil, but on a very large grade. So this is about 8 by 6 grades, and they seem to be doing fairly well. 2.5 years at 20, and it started as 24-inch box. This is an example right near City Hall on Park Avenue. So what happened here was that there was damage to the sidewalk, and the property owner reconstructed the sidewalk and replaced a couple of trees. So this is a new tree planted no more than a year ago, and it was a 24-inch box and in structural soil with planting strips. And this is AC Transit. They had to remove trees in order to accommodate the driveways for the hydrogen fuel station. Some of you may, I think most of you were here at that time. And this was, so this is about, this is about 2 years old. It's a 36-inch box and not structural soil, but silver cell. So we kind of requested them to use silver cell because we wanted to see how the trees would do, and they seem to be doing fairly well. And just north of the site, just north of the site, these are the existing trees, and you can see the damage that is happening to the sidewalk. And these would be about, how old would these trees be? They've been around for a while. Now this is a Doyle Street Park. No structural soil. I'm sorry, it's a combination of structural soil and silver cell 4 to 5 years ago. And the only thing here is the planting with turf. It's something that we are learning that is not the most ideal thing to do because of different water needs of trees and turf. This is the Greenway, just north of near Glass House project, and these are trees which are doing fairly well, and the reason we suspect they're doing fairly well is that just the volume of soil, the volume of land around the trees, and these were not planted in structural soil, and they are about 6 years old, and they started off as 24-inch box. This is Greenway north of 65th Street. The problem here is how close to the concrete pathways these are, and you can see the damage that the roots are causing. So it's something that has created problems and is going to continue to create problems for both the city and, of course, the owners. This is Doyle Street, just south of Ocean Avenue. The reason we are showing this is something that we don't want to repeat. There was no structural soil. It's grown in turf, grown around turf, and these are 8 to 9 years old, and you can clearly see how small they are. This is another example near Bordry Street, on Bordry Street near NHI, just not enough adequate tree well size and non-structural soil and not doing well at all. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the policies that the staff has been struggling over the years, and one is the location of street trees. At a prior study session back in 2008, a presentation was made to explain the rationale of staff's recommendation that in interest of urban design, the street trees should be relocated where possible from back of the sidewalk to the curb. And in your staff report, that presentation was attached. As relocation of mature trees is generally not feasible, this concept involves removal of existing trees and planting of new street trees in an improved soil environment, and this is what happened at H-Song. Trees were removed, and also actually in Park Avenue beautification project, trees were removed and new ones were planted according to this concept. And as noted earlier, removal of trees involves both replanting as well as payment of replacement value. And in some instances, such as when city wants the trees to be located at the curb instead of behind the sidewalk, removal of trees may be the city's desire and not necessarily the applicant's. And in such situations, it may not be appropriate to charge a replacement value in addition to planting of new trees in structural soil. So staff seeks direction as to whether the commission agrees with this position.
Are there any questions of Maru?
Not quite done yet.
Sorry.
I think it's-
She's stuck again.
I don't know why is this there.
There we go.
Another situation that often comes up is sidewalk replacement. As a condition of approval, typically on bigger projects, replacement of sidewalk is often required, and typically it means widening and replacing them, and this condition may impact existing trees. Now, complete sidewalk replacement often presents a challenge for preservation of existing trees. Molly talked about how a lot of times, no matter how hard it is, how much effort is made to protect the trees, they get damaged nonetheless. And even if they don't get damaged during the construction, it is long-term cumulative damage that becomes more harmful than just immediate damage. Sidewalk replacement is also an opportunity to plant new trees in a substantially more healthy soil environment, like structural soil or silver cell. So staff seeks direction as to whether the commission has a preference for tree preservation in situations where there is a possibility to replant trees in a more healthy soil environment. Now, we are asking for direction regarding some modifications to the ordinance. One is that currently the UFO requires a tree removal permit for any street tree, regardless of size. And part of the intent of the ordinance is to preserve healthy, mature trees. Consequently, perhaps removal of unhealthy and immature trees should not be restricted. Many cities permit removal of unhealthy trees and only require a tree removal permit for trees exceeding a certain size. For example, those 9 inches or less diameter. So staff recommends that the commission consider this option. The other thing is, upon city arborist's recommendation, we are recommending that all references to drip line be replaced with root protection zone, as this is more applicable for assessing the root zones of trees and therefore more effective for tree protection during construction. Again, on the arborist's recommendation, we are recommending that the language regarding specific site conditions, such as the use of structural soil or silver cells, and submittal of a specific tree protection plan during construction be included in the UFO. Currently, what we are typically doing is it's included as a condition of approval, but we would like to see that in the ordinance itself. So essentially, our recommendation is that we are seeking direction on these 3, 4, 5, 6 issues, and I'm just going to leave it up there so that when you're deliberating, you can go through them. And one that I did not talk too much about, which I've included there, is whether you would recommend preparation of street tree guidelines that would assist staff and the commission in determining whether a street tree should be removed. What we have found that each situation tends to be very specific regarding a development proposal, regarding the existing trees, their conditions. So to put a lot of these things, to codify them in ordinance is really not feasible or practical or useful. So in lieu of that, guidelines might be a better way to go. So that's why we have included that. So that concludes my presentation. Both Molly and I are here if you have any questions. Peter is also here, who knows more about our city's street trees than I do.
Miru, could you, you mentioned something about planting 24-inch box with silva-cells and structural soil and the cost. But did you not mention there was a certain cost range that you were talking about?
The cost is, I'm not sure about the silver soil, but the structural soil, it's between 1,200 to 8,000, depending on the size of the tree and the species of the tree and the amount of structural soil that is required. And if you don't plant it in structural soil and you just, plunk a box in a tree well, that's roughly about $150 to $200 per tree. So that's what I think I was talking about, how the Department of Public Works has about $5,000 per fiscal year to plant trees. So how many trees that would give you?
Okay, so you were saying, just to clarify, that the range for structural soil was between 1,200 and 8,000. You don't have the pricing information for the silva-cell.
I do not.
Okay,
maybe Peter has.
Yeah, and I've seen prices as well as a contractor, but I'd be curious to know what you found.
Well, so what we've been doing is, because the silva-cell it allows for 100% planting soil within those frames. So you kind of saw the pictures.
It's like a milk crate.
Yeah,
basically.
so it's a structured thing.
I'm familiar with
I'm
it.
familiar with it. So because it allows for 100% soil versus structural soil, which is 3 parts rock and 1 part soil, so it's a much smaller amount of actual planting soil with the structural soil. We've been giving a 50% credit when they use the silva-cell. And because it's more complicated to install, especially when you have utilities, it's much easier when you have utilities to dump in structural soil into a trench versus the silva-cell. You have to have a very flat kind of bottom, and you have to arrange these cells, and it's much more difficult to work around utilities. But in some situations, it's easier. So we wanted to give a credit for the actual soil volume. You could say our standards, which I don't know if we mentioned here, are 600, 900, and 1,200 cubic feet per tree, depending on the size of the tree at maturity. So if it's going to be a small tree at maturity, we say 600, 900 for a medium-sized tree at maturity, and 1,200 for, and that's based on the arborist's recommended, kind of volumes, although they want a lot more than that, but it's not physically possible sometimes to get that kind of volume. So and I should mention also that 600, 900, 1,200 cubic feet per tree is way far and above almost what any other city in the country is requiring. We're one of the leading cities in this area. We're following Palo Alto in the Bay Area on this, who's done a lot of work over the last 10, 15 years with structural soil and rootable soil volumes. But so to achieve that kind of volume, it can be very difficult and very expensive. But if you can get 100% soil, we wanted to give a credit for that, and also because of the cost. So they're roughly similar in cost. For H-Song, they did a kind of calculation, and they estimated that it was about the same to go with structural soil or silva-cell. But they decided, for various reasons, they wanted to go with structural soil. So we let them do that. And they did provide 1,200 cubic feet per tree at H-Song. So it's under pretty much the whole sidewalk has structural soil under it, and then within the cutout area is regular planting soil. So I don't know if that answers your question. But that's what we've heard, is that it's roughly equivalent in cost when you give that 50% credit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the reason for my question there is if we are to recommend requiring a specific, almost a trade name, Silva cells, that it locks them into a certain cost bracket. Whereas there are other alternatives that are very similar to Silva cells that are coming on the market or will be coming on the market. So if we
I don't think we would want to say it has to be that particular product.
Call
I
it a
would
trade
say
name.
that
We
or
just have to be
equal.
careful, or
Yeah,
equal.
Exactly. Typically, we'll say Silva cell, structural soil, or equivalent in all of our specifications to get around that, that problem. We don't want to specify a trademark product.
Same actually goes for LEED certification. I mean, LEED is a trademark of the U.S. Green Building Council.
Right.
And there are some people who object to having to be LEED certified when there are other similar products out there that maybe don't cost as much.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Yeah, for the Emory Station Greenway, they wanted to use another rating system called Labs 21 that's specifically developed by by the Lawrence Berkeley Lab for biotech, lab space. So we let them use that with independent verification of that.
Are there any other questions?
I have a few questions. Well, first I just want to thank the staff for that presentation. I think that was one of the most informative presentations on trees I've ever witnessed, so thank you. Are 24-inch box trees, is that the largest size of tree that's kind of readily available? Or what is there a next bigger size?
Yeah, 36 is the next larger size. We have done 48 as well in some situations, but I would say our typical is 24-inch box.
And so do you have any idea what the cost difference is from 24-inch box up to?
I don't know, Molly, can you answer that? I think it's around $150 for a 24-inch box tree typically,
$150 for a 24-inch
but I don't know how much it goes up from there.
And let me just say that the reason why that we don't use typically bigger trees in 24-inch box is because that's just more room for failure. When you have a bigger tree with a smaller root system that you have to maintain for longer and try to water appropriately, it's just, if you get, we would like to plant seedlings because that's, because then they have an equal root system compared to, but 24-inch boxes,
because it's weird when trees don't stand up by themselves.
Yeah, and there's also an argument that they get more acclimated to their soil conditions when they start at a younger age. And if you plunk it in as an older tree, with a larger box size, then it's a bigger shock.
Okay. And then my next question is, I'm sure this varies from species to species, but typically how long would it take once you plant a 24-inch box for it to not have to be staked anymore?
2 years is usually, we recommend removal of any supporting systems after 2 years. Around the same time, you also would remove the irrigation. So I think that's
oh, really?
In most times, or turn off the irrigation. Yeah,
okay.
Most trees are considered, mature or enough to remove those kind of supports at that age.
And why do we not use bubblers anymore? That's like news to me because I still hear people talk about deep root bubblers. So.
Yeah. We don't use them because they maybe give a lot of water to one tree but not a lot of water to another tree, so they're inconsistent a lot of times, and you tweak it over here and then all of a sudden you have to tweak it over here. But also just basically they just flood up, and they were actually invented because people thought if you put water down in the ground, then the roots are going to go down there. But we now know that roots require oxygen, and a lot of times those bubblers just flood so much that there's no oxygen in those holes, and that's where root disease and anaerobic conditions and everything starts. So we like spray bubblers, and we like netafim, just basically putting on water as nature does. And then doing a lot of times with bubblers, you just put them in and you forget about them. Whereas we say you really need to monitor the soil moisture to make sure that the trees are getting watered properly, because it's not going to be perfect at the first time. So, and that just takes arborists to go out with their little soil probe and going down and checking to see where the moisture is. So.
I had another question for you, Molly. Have you seen the citywide pruning that has been done of the street trees?
Yeah, I've noticed, yeah.
I guess that was a new image, so it said on the study session material. What is your opinion of what has been done?
Well, first and foremost, I just have to stress structural pruning. For newly planted trees, if we can do structural pruning, it's the most cost-effective tree maintenance that you can ever have, because you take those branches off when they're small. And a lot of times people don't realize that when a tree grows, if there's a branch going out, that branch isn't going to grow up. It's going to stay exactly where it is. And so if a branch is this big and we can take it off when it's this big, as opposed to when it's this big and gets hit by a passing truck, and then that tree just then it's over for that tree. So if we can give our young trees structural pruning for the first 2 to 3 years, it's and then kind of let them go off, that would be great. But as far as the pruning, I noticed that I wasn't that impressed. Actually, I noticed a lot of flush cuts and inappropriate pruning cuts. So it would be best if and this happens all the time. Okay, so there's not one city that's and usually it's the low bid or whatever. But we would just suggest that the arborists meet with the pruning team, and we go out and we look and make sure they're doing a good job, and and let them know that we're watching them, and we do have standards, also we have the ANSI A300 Best Management Practices pruning standards, and so the pruning contractor should be very familiar with those, and also the people doing the pruning should be arborists, should know should know how to make those cuts, and not just the people bidding on the pruning, but actually the pruners. And again, this is going to be a little bit more costly to get arborists to prune the trees, but you're going to have a healthier, more beautiful urban forest.
Thank you. Yes, well, this is a study session, but if people are here to comment, I would. But before we do that, are there any more questions for the staff and arborist?
Yes, I had a question for Molly. So Molly, actually I was at your presentation to the City Council, which was very helpful, so I appreciate that. You mentioned contract growing, and that there are oftentimes projects where you can begin growing your trees several years in advance, so that you're planting healthy, more mature trees, larger trees once the project begins. And so my question is if there would be the possibility to, well, projects get canceled all the time, so what happens to these trees? Is there a way that the city could partner with a nursery who has excess, more mature, older trees that we can incorporate into our city as opposed to the younger, smaller trees?
I guess it's not about older, more mature trees. It's just about how they're grown, because we still want to plant trees in 24-inch boxes. We don't want to plant any bigger trees. And we do contract growing because then we can say, we want our first permanent branch to be at 8 feet or 12 feet, and so but we want to keep all those smaller branches on below as temporary branches, but just cut them back, and so we don't have to make the big cuts later. So that's why we do, and we also do contract growing because, like I said, with structural soil, to put trees in structural soil, if you root prune the trees every year, then those trees are going to have more diffuse root system, and so the roots are going to be able to get more into the structural soil. As far as yes, projects are canceled. And I guess I don't have an answer to that. I do know that nurseries do like to do contract growing because I guess it's a little bit of structure for them. And I also know that the nurseries, we don't have very many trees in the nurseries right now because of there was a big collapse, in the economy, and they threw out all their trees, and so now there's not a lot of, we're having a hard time finding trees for that. So I don't know if that answers your question. I guess I don't really, maybe you have a better idea about that than I do.
Well, I think you answered my question about whether it was beneficial to try to incorporate a more mature tree as opposed to one that's larger or more mature.
But yeah, just yeah, we can. I mean, we can say however we want them to be cared for, and we can do that, and we can go and look and see what's going on and make sure they're doing a good job and everything. But I would say that but that requires just money up front. So.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
Just kind of a curiosity, when did we start using structural soils in the city? How long ago?
I think it's been about 5 or 6 years.
Okay. So it's fairly recent.
Yeah, and that's part of the issue too, is we don't have a whole lot of long-term experience in Emeryville with it, but other cities like Palo Alto and structural soil was patented in Cornell. It's called the Cornell mix in some circles. It's a similar issue with the Silva-Cell. There's only one licensed supplier in the Bay Area for the structural soil, and that's down in San Jose. So there's also this trucking issue, and
Can't mix it yourself?
it is possible to make it yourself, but typically they don't have room on site to do that, and it's near the end of the project, the building is already built, and they don't have a room really to make it on site anywhere. So that's why they want to have it just trucked in and dumped in the hole. But it is possible to mix if you have the right kind of soil and the right kind of rock, and it could be a lot cheaper that way if you had the room to do it. But yeah, so we don't have 10, 20-year-old trees growing in structural soil yet. Pixar's probably, I think, was the first one, although Novartis also used, I don't know if it was exactly structural soil. I thought it was more of a suspended pavement system that was slightly different. No, I think it was it? Okay. All right. So maybe Novartis was the first one to do it, and then Pixar, I think, after that. And then we started requiring more of the rootable soil volume, which really required more structural soil or Silva-Cell to achieve that. But that was, about 5 or 6 years ago.
So Peter, didn't you use both structural soil and Silva-Cells around Doyle Hollows Park?
Right. We tested out both of them there. Right.
Is one doing better than the other?
We can't
tell you.
Yeah.
Chair Cormerly?
Yes.
I would just like to point out to the Commission that you received a comment letter from Mayor West, which was both emailed to you, and there's a hard copy on the dais in front of you. Also, the staff report I previously emailed you about this, the one that was in your packets inadvertently was missing some pages. So I emailed you the entire thing, and you also have now a hard copy of the whole staff report in front of you.
Thank you. Thank you. At this time, if anyone from the public would like to come and speak on this item, on this session, study session?
Very patient people.
I really only have 3 minutes, is that right? My name is Adrian McGilly. I live on Doyle Street, just down the road from the Parkside development, and that's what I want to talk about. To me, large, mature trees add beauty and majesty to a street. They also fight climate change, and they increase property values. My tax dollars paid for the trees that were planted on Stanford 20 years ago, and I'm upset that my tax dollars, that my investment in those trees is being thwarted by what I consider short-sighted planning policy by a city that doesn't sufficiently value the preservation of mature trees. In the case of the Parkside development, the city approved a developer-proposed design that involved the removal of all the trees to make way for, of all things, a public park. You will destroy trees to make way for a public park. To me, that brings to mind the lyrics of a Joni Mitchell song, tear down all the trees, put them in a tree museum, except this is even more ridiculous than that. When I've talked to city staff about how such a strange idea was able to gain traction, I'm told that there were meetings, there were hearings, and no one said they wanted to preserve the trees. When I ask city staff, well, did you post signs on the trees to draw citizens' attention to the removal of the trees that was pending, they say, no, we didn't, because we're exempt from the UFO. That doesn't make any sense. Yes, the city is exempt from the UFO, but the city should act as a role model for the preservation of city trees and abide by the UFO as much as possible. This is especially important when a private developer is proposing the removal of trees. So did the city do that? Did the city try to abide by the UFO? Well, I say it did not. It did not post signs on the trees. And worse yet, there was a report, an arborist report, put together by the developer, Archstone, which originally contained a section called Guidelines for Tree Preservation During the Design, Construction, and Maintenance Phases of Development. And Mr. Bryant has informed Mayor West, who's recently put this in her blog, that the city requested that Archstone remove that section from the arborist report. And therefore, when that arborist report was included in the staff report, which went to City Council was not given the benefit of those guidelines. Isn't that odd? They also asked that they remove the appraised value of the trees section from the report. So to me, not only were they not following the UFO, they seem to be obstructing the UFO. They seem to be meddling in a way that was deliberately making it harder for these trees to actually win preservation. I would like to see language added to the UFO saying that the city should abide by it except in situations where time or public safety do not allow. May I have another minute?
You may finish your comments now.
I think the city should be consistent in its application of the UFO. For instance, it did post signs on trees outside of City Hall recently when it wanted those removed. It did not post signs on these trees.
Thank you.
I think basically the city just needs to take a more serious approach to tree preservation in the case of mature trees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruth Major, Commissioners. I enjoyed the presentation. I thought that was very useful, but something that was missing from the whole conversation and has been missing for many, many years is when we remove trees for whatever reason, we're not only removing the tree, we're removing the fauna, removing the birds and the insects and the animals that live around and near those trees or in those trees. All that goes. And in the past 25 years, I have seen dramatic changes in the bird life we have here, in the animals we have, and the insects we have. And that's to do not only with the trees, but also plants and other things. And it's of great concern to me. So when we take out large trees and replace them with small trees, there's a whole life that has to build up that's just not there. And if you walk around, what the type of birds you find mainly these days, certainly where I live, are things like crows, blackbirds, brewers. You have a few towhees because they live in the bushes, but you don't have very much else. And our gardens used to be filled with, or the land used to be filled with phoebes and various types of finches. There are a few finches still, but the changes that have taken place, we had so many nuthatches, we had so many types of birds that are gone, so many insects that have gone, and so many butterflies that are gone. And some of that has to do with the choices we've made about the type of trees we're planting, the type of plants we put in. We've moved to lots of grasses now, and that's fine for the birds that eat seed, except for those grasses get cut down before the seed appears. So as you're thinking about these things, I want you to think just a little broader and think about the other effects, not just the trees, but what that means. You destroy whole systems when you remove trees, particularly mature trees. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Judy Timmel. I live also near the Parkside new development. When you're considering recommendations for the UFO, I don't know exactly what it would look like, but excuse me, it shouldn't happen the way it happened there. The developer simply started with a clean slate, and I went to community meetings about the project, and I wasn't aware that all the trees that they were showing on their plan were new trees, and that they planned to just cut down 40 trees from that site or more. So something's wrong when developers can just start with a clean slate, not consult. They should be required to consult with the arborist. They should consider each tree individually. I don't know what, but at least it shouldn't happen the way it happened there. And it got through this commission, it got through the city council, and now we're faced with people having to protest the cutting down of our trees. So something is awry, and all the trees in the community need to be considered in the UFO, not just the street trees. I agree with Richard on that point, so thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll... Oh! Come on up, Richard.
Richard Ambrose, and I'm still concerned about trees. I don't know, obviously this is not the appropriate forum for talking about saving trees on private property, but I believe it's important. And it's part of our ecosystem, it's part of our environment, and I don't understand why the city can't think about, if you can protect old houses, why can't you protect old trees? And it's as intrusive to the property owner. But if you can protect old houses, or at least you can attempt to protect old trees too on private property. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we'll close the public comments and open it up to start looking at direction on what is before us here. And I would also like to add in Mayor West's points. She had 7 points to consider as well. Does anyone have comments they'd like to start with?
Comments, general comments, or comments on the
Comments
email? Or
on the direction of the staff has asked us to make, which is, for instance, we could just start with the first one. Is it desirable for street trees to be located between the curb and sidewalk if feasible?
Yes.
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 That was easy.
Okay.
Can
I do
just
have some
add something real
questions
quickly?
on that, though.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
So, okay, so is this relocating or locating new trees? Just so that we're clear.
It says locating. So there is a question of relocating.
Yeah,
now.
okay, because there was an issue, I think, or a question of relocating existing trees between the curb and the sidewalk, and there were some concerns there, so I just want to make sure I know what we're discussing.
That would be very difficult to do.
Okay.
I was also, I mean, this sort of gets into the idea of having an arborist go through each, the trees that need to be relocated or are being slated to be relocated, and would that be some sort of condition or included in the UFO before any
So we need to
before any project was
I'll alert the chair.
moved forward? That the value of the tree would be considered, the location, the condition of the tree.
That it would be assessed and not
Assessed.
just
I think that would be a really good
arbitrarily
idea.
relocated.
Yeah.
I think the key words are if feasible.
Okay. Okay, if feasible.
Because there's also
Got
a lot
it.
of underground utilities that prevent these types of things happening.
There are situations such as in the North Hollis plan, as a matter of fact, there is an explicit cross-sectional diagram of Hollis Street that shows where there's a big water main that runs right under the sidewalk. And it says, in a situation like this, it's okay to put the tree behind the sidewalk instead of next to the curb, because otherwise you're not going to have any tree at all.
I'll just keep moving through these.
Chair Coomerly, before
Yeah.
you move to the next point, I'd just like to give you a 10-minute warning. Rule 3.2 of the Planning Commission's Rules and Regulations say meetings will adjourn at 11:30 p.m. unless a majority of the Planning Commission votes to proceed with business beyond that time.
I would like to propose that we give it 15 additional minutes and no more, and try to get through this thing as quickly as possible, because I think we all have the spirit in mind of what we want to have happen here. So just, we could keep our comments brief. That would be wonderful.
So 11:45?
Yes, please.
This requires a approval of a majority of the commission.
Well, last time we did this, the city council was very angry at us.
Okay, well, we have then 10 minutes. Do you think we can get this done in 10 minutes?
Let's see what happens in 10 minutes.
What?
Well,
Why are we not voting on extending?
I have no problem with going another 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I'd like to get it done.
I would like to get it done as well, so let's just
So we
move
need 4
right
commissioners
here.
to say 11:45 is okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay.
Right.
It's okay.
Got 4? All right.
Let's move along.
Let's do it. So that second direction would be, should the replacement value of the tree be waived if the removal of a street tree is proposed or required by the city?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm torn on that, because I think on one hand it's kind of not really fair if we're requiring that, but on the other hand it nets money that can be spent on other street trees, so I'm indifferent.
I think as long as there is the replanting requirement, that if the city is asking for a tree to be taken out, that should be sufficient.
That should cover it. I would agree with that.
Okay. Should the street tree guidelines be prepared to assist staff and the Planning Commission in determining whether a street tree should be removed?
Yes, I think that's a great idea.
Yes.
I think that would be
Yes.
really useful.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, I want to say something on the previous point, so I want to wait till you're done with this point.
Yeah, I think that was actually what I was going to say tonight, is that I think is necessary.
Okay.
Considering the previous point about whether the city is asking them to remove the tree versus whether it's the developer's proposal, you do have sometimes a kind of a gray situation where the city may have design guidelines that call for a sidewalk of a certain width, and maybe there's existing street trees that aren't doing so well, or they're not in the right location to achieve those design guidelines, and so the developer comes in, and in their design, they show removal of those trees and planting of new trees in order to comply with the city guidelines, which if they didn't show it on their plans, the city probably would have required it. But we didn't require it because they already included it in their plans. So in that case, do they have to pay the extra penalty because they proposed to remove the tree because they were trying to comply with the city's design guidelines?
Well, why don't we just establish standards? I mean, I think the answer, right, is to establish standards that say if this, if the trees are being planted in conformance with the design guidelines or in conformance with city policies, then it's not
Then
required
no
or
tree,
whatever.
no replacement fee. Okay, that clarifies it, I think.
Thank you. Should the drip line be replaced with root protection zone? Yes, I agree.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And should the UFO sections on tree planting and protection be amended to add references to specific site conditions, structural soil, silvicells, et cetera, and add, or similar, and to add requirement for a tree protection plan during construction?
I think they absolutely need a tree protection plan for construction projects. I'm a little bit unclear about the references to the specific conditions. It seems like if an arborist is going to assess the trees, that maybe that falls under the soil testing and just an analysis in general.
Well, it would also be, yeah. it
I'm
would be a
just, I'm
soil-
just fuzzy about what that means. I understand tree protection plan, and I think that's very important. We need one, but I'm not sure exactly what the other part of that
Would
sentence
that
is
be,
saying.
that would be a soil test, correct, for oxygen? I'm sorry, Molly, is that, come on up for a sec. So the reference to the specific site conditions, such as needing structural soil or silva-cells, that would,
Yeah.
would that be a soil test? That would be?
Well, yeah, we would go out and we would look at the site, and if the soil is beautiful and it has no heavy metals, it could be that that it's great. You could just part it and put the tree in, and everything is fine.
Right, so you do a soils test and
But
then
so-
give
soils
direction
test,
from that.
Yeah, soils test, soil compaction test, all of that.
Okay.
Those are important.
Those are important.
Yeah, I think part of this is also to talk about the minimum rootable soil volumes that are required. And that's where you get typically into structural soil and silva-cell, is to achieve that rootable soil volume. You need typically, in most street tree situations, to use those types of products. So if you're doing a park, that's a different situation.
Right.
But if you're doing street trees around concrete, you're not going to make that rootable soil volume unless you do those kind of things. So I think it was to try to make it a little more explicit.
Okay.
Okay. And then,
I think there was one
we
bullet
did
point
skip
that
a
we
point, right?
skipped.
oh, did I skip one? The street tree removal permit only be required to remove a healthy, mature street tree over a certain size. And 9 inches was proposed.
Which is what we did today. Tree we approved the removal of was 9 inches.
It doesn't have to be 9 inches. It's the concept that do you want to exempt certain trees which are small? It could be 9, it could be 6, it could be 5. And we can come back with you later on by giving you examples from various other cities. So it's not so much 9.
In Oakland, for example, I believe, I don't know if it's still the case, but when I worked there, it was, there were 2 kind of trees that you didn't need a tree removal permit for at all. That was eucalyptus and, what's the other one, the pine, Monterey pine, because those are considered sort of weeds and fire hazard. On the other hand, there's redwood and oak were considered like sort of special. So for those, the limit was 4 inches, and for all other trees, it was 9 inches.
It does seem like there does need to be some established width that, I guess it was chest level or something.
Yeah,
because-
I'm not sure that I think that the size, the diameter of the tree is the important is the important factor.
We can hear you back there.
Maybe there's I don't know. I kind of feel like the health of the tree is more. I don't know how we establish that other than having the arbor, the city arborist or an arborist review the trees. But I kind of feel like that's more important than the size of the tree.
Yeah, a tree that's been planted for 2 years and is now growing well, but maybe less than 9 inches, you want to keep, don't you? And,
If it's healthy.
Yeah.
I think it would be useful to look at some of the other ordinances of what limits that they put on it, and I think it probably should be some kind of a 2-tiered situation, because in some instances you have a street tree that is of a decent width, but it's obviously really sick, and you shouldn't have to come to a planning commission to take out a really sick, on the decline tree, even if it's a fairly large size one. So there needs to be some kind of intermediate step that can be done, I think.
Yeah, maybe we
could
can
include, excuse me.
I was just going to say maybe we can create some sort of threshold that only requires an administrative tree removal permit rather than a planning commission hearing.
Well, that's where we used to be before the city council decided that the planning commission had to approve all tree removal permits.
Well, okay.
It used to be the public works director. But what I was going to say is that maybe in the tree removal guidelines that we prepare, we could include factors like this, and maybe, I don't know if you can do this, but maybe we could establish a point system or something somewhat quantitative that's not too loosey-goosey, where if the tree exceeds a certain threshold in terms of size, health, et cetera, then you got to come to the Planning Commission to ask permission to remove it, and if it's below that level, then you don't. It could either be an administrative permit or you don't need a permit or something.
You could also continue to expand the noticing requirements. I mean, so if there's one tree in a tree well that you think is not doing well and you want to take it out, you put a notice on it so people know.
I think
Okay.
that would be good for them to know the reasons why it's being removed, because I think
Should
that's
be
created a lot of
listed.
controversy.
For sure.
Well, also, trees are like people, they don't live forever. And it may be a mature tree, but its lifespan is reaching the end of its
I don't think we
range.
have any of those in Emeryville.
And that should maybe be brought into
Unfortunately.
a factor, too. I mean, have a
Yeah, I think
death committee, is that what it's called, or something?
I think a point system is more or less an idea. At least it's an idea worth exploring to me.
Definitely.
So-
some sort of matrix or equation.
Yeah, it seems like we do want to move forward with some street tree guidelines. That seems like a good idea. And I'm also considering the thought of when trees are on the site, we need to find out their value. We need to have an arborist, make a report about the value of the tree and what's involved in replacing it. Would that
thing
be?
I would, the issue of private trees that are not city trees is a little bit
I mean, street
gray.
trees.
Oh, okay.
Just street trees.
Okay, but I mean, I just want to say, when the UFO was debated by the council and commission a couple of years back, they said they weren't going to, the council weren't going to put any restrictions on trees on private property. However, the planning commission could impose conditions of approval on new development projects to require that existing trees be retained or worked around or whatever. Now, I'm not sure what kind of teeth you have for that, because what if they cut the trees down and then they apply for their development project permit?
Right.
But there is precedent for that in the Oak Walk project, where we had, I don't know how many of you were on the commission when that project went through, but we had a arborist report on every single tree on that site, and those you may remember, there were some mature redwoods, there were oaks, there were all kinds of trees on that site. We got an arborist report from Molly's father, actually, who valued every tree on the site and every street tree around the site, and a condition of approval required them to pay a replacement value for every tree they cut down that was on the private property. There's nothing in the code that requires that, but it was in the conditions of approval. I think it might have been a mitigation measure that came out of the CEQA process. So they took the value of the trees that were already on the site, and then they subtracted the value of the trees that they planted, and the difference had to be paid into the city's tree fund. So, I mean, there's some precedent for doing that on private property. But as I say, it's kind of a gray area.
And that would be for new development projects over a certain size?
Any
or
new development I mean, as Mira just said, the one on Ocean Avenue, they're keeping the one eucalyptus tree, and that's now shown on their approved plans. So if they were to cut it down, they'd be violating those plans, that approval.
I think it's also worthwhile looking into a heritage tree ordinance. We may only have 3 or 4 of them in town, but I think it's worth noting that they're there and that they should be preserved in some, at
Kind
a
of like the
higher
significant
layer.
building ordinance? You cite specific trees?
I think so.
You find specific?
No, it's usually done by description. It's usually done by the caliper and the age and the height, I
Okay.
believe.
And
But
species.
I haven't seen.
I think the location where we have the most large trees that they would be considered in the Oakland definition would be Emery Bay Village. There are a lot of redwood trees there that are pretty big. But that's probably, when you look at a map of Emeryville, it's like that's the dark green spot on the map.
Google
So-
Earth.
I'm sure those must have been planted with that development, because that used to be a motorcycle racetrack.
Now, Emery Bay Village is private property. Are we still talking? Okay.
Gail's talking about heritage trees on private property, I assume.
Yes.
Yep.
So we are
Because if they're
considering...
street trees or city trees, they're already protected by the UFO.
And I think if I kind of echo that. I mean, I think I was supportive of anything that dealt with removing trees on private property. I would want it to be kind of a heritage type ordinance like you're talking about, or species based or something like that. I mean, I think there's merit in preserving, large oak trees and large redwoods, but I don't want to tell anybody they can't remove a pear tree out of their backyard or something like that because they want to plant a different type of fruit tree or something. So
Yeah, there is a gray area, so I agree the heritage would be the way. We don't want to start telling people what they can and can't plant.
One of the things that came up earlier tonight was, and Gail asked the question about removing the tree, if they have to plant 5 other trees other places, do they have to do the soil prep? And I didn't feel like that was really clear. And the costs involved in that, and it's like, so I think we could use to address that a little bit better. I kind of felt like that was a gap, and also who plants the tree. It seems like
Who checks the planting of the tree?
some guy that's never planted a tree before is going to go dig a hole and plant a tree. It doesn't seem
Like on the
like the right thing
Another
to
way
do.
to do it, I suppose, I mean, that's done. That's a done deal now. But in the future, another way to do it might be to just have them pay a bunch of money into the city's urban forestry fund. Say the value of 5 trees plus preparation,
I think that would be
Come
helpful.
up with some number and just put that money in the city tree fund, and then we've got that money to go out and plant trees.
The only question I would have for that is, so the Ocean Loft project that we talked about this evening, there was a deadline of TCO to get a new tree planted. So if we put money in the tree fund, does that push out the length of time to put a new tree
Whenever Public
back?
Works gets around to it. Yes.
That's what, so, well, that's my point, if we do it that way. So.
But on the other hand, if it
But it
isn't
might
done correctly, then we're ending up with a bunch of half,
I agree with you, and I mean, that was the reason for asking the question of, well, who plants the tree? It's the contractor. So when I think of myself as the contractor, I would hire a licensed person to install it, or a subcontractor. I wouldn't just, go in there and throw it in myself.
Well, they usually use landscape contractors
Correct, yeah.
who supposedly know how to do it.
And we
I
do
should
have
hope
a
so.
public works inspector who is out there,
Mm-hmm.
and sometimes I'll go out also during tree planting and make sure that they're following the specifications that we have, that it's the 24-inch box size tree, and that they're using the proper soils, and digging. And the main thing is that they're digging out the trench to the required depth, because a lot of times they'll try to just dig a little hole and stick it in, and then you can't tell. They put some mulch over it. But making sure they really trench it out all the way is important.
And also with projects where the trees are being preserved, do you know who comes out and takes a look at how that's
Where trees are being
Progressing?
preserved in the public property?
no on
Private property?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's only happened once, really, with the Oak Walk project. And they did end up saving at least one of the trees in that little park on 41st. There's a large tree there that they did save. But I think they had the arborist, basically. They had their own arborist, and we had our arborist working for the city. And so that was who was checking that, during construction.
Okay.
I guess in the UFO we have, I'm sorry for interrupting, but under the planting and removal of street trees, there is a section that does talk about the planting, and the details will be basically approved by the department, and in some cases the department may elect to plant the tree themselves. So it sounds like the UFO has language in there already for that.
Yeah, and that part of the permit would be they submit their plans, the planting plans for the trees with the tree planting permit or encroachment permit, and that has to be approved through the standards. And we could use that guidelines that we're talking about, for standards.
And maybe that could be modified to include installed by an approved or licensed landscape contractor.
Along those lines, the one other recommendation that I would like to make towards the UFO is that I feel like the city arborist should be making the determination on the value of the tree, just those determinations on the tree. So, I think, I mean, my suggestion would be that's required in the ordinance, and that the applicant pays for the cost of the city arborist report, and then if there would be some sort of method for them to challenge that or appeal those findings if they deemed necessary. But that's my recommendation.
Yeah, I think that's typically the way we do it. We have in the master fee schedule, there's a fee that we require. For example, the property next door, they had to have the arborist come out and do that assessment of the valuation of all the trees, and that report is produced for the city, so we know the value of all the trees before the project starts.
I think Commissioner Moss's point is that it's the city arborist, and we often get tree reports from other arborists that the applicant has hired. So the proposal would be that the UFO say that the city arborist prepares it at the applicant's expense.
Correct.
Right.
Right.
What
I
was
would
the
agree with
status of the trees over in
I like that
Pixar
idea. I'm sorry.
when they built this new big building here?
Yeah.
They must have removed some fairly substantial trees.
On their property?
Yeah.
They did. They boxed up a large number of trees. They had them down on where the park is now, the Emery Park, and then they brought them back. And they actually gave some of those trees to the city in the park. So that's why we have some large trees in that park, because they gave some of those trees they didn't need to us. So we have some nice large trees.
Yeah, some sitting there. They were huge.
Chair Coomerly?
Yes.
Just,
We
excuse me,
need
just a
to-
time check. If you want to go through the mayor's 7 points, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, so do we have any other comments on this?
Can I just, real quick, I just really want to say this, is that, so I got the mayor's email this morning, and I did some investigation myself, and I was actually really happy to see the staff presentation, because it explained to me my own observations. It gave reason for my own observations, which was great. But I walked down 40th Street this morning, and I have to say 40th Street is I mean, I've always known this, but it's a very unpleasant place to walk. And then I did get to the Age Song project, and it's dramatic how much more pleasant it is to walk there. Because the trees are planted correctly. Even though they're not mature yet, I think the mature trees that are there along the other parts of 40th Street have less value than the immature trees that are in front of Age Song, because they're all spindly and they're not growing properly. And so anyway, I just wanted to say that it was a dramatic comparison to me, and kind of this aha moment for me.
Okay, well, thank you all for coming on.
Do you want
I
to
guess everyone's gone who talked on that issue, but so
Did you wanna
do
go
you
through
have anything more you need from us on this?
I was just wondering if you wanted to go through these 7
item?
points in the mayor's email. You said you wanted to.
I do, but I don't know if we have the time.
I think
We don't have the time.
the city council's going to take this up anyway.
Are they not going to take this up?
That's,
Oh, absolutely,
Well,
yes.
So-
I think then they're going to have to.
that's her environment. So.
I think that we have addressed most of the points that she has on here about getting the city arborist to look at reports, look at the situation, look at, get the trees evaluated before things have happened,
And
post
you-
notices.
And using the fund for the UFO to maintain and preserve trees, so I think we did talk about that as well. And plant new ones, so.
But I would also support the city should follow its own UFO.
Yes, I would support that as well.
Yeah, I
And except in cases of some emergency or sickly tree.
And I think also in cases of paying into its own fund for removing, that seems circular. So
Yeah.
replanting is good, but paying itself for removing it,
Is a
that
bit-
seems
Well,
sort of weird.
I think perhaps requiring the Public Works Director to come to the Planning Commission for a permit to cut down a tree is maybe what is implied here, partly, and notices put up on trees that are city, for city
Notices.
projects.
Yep.
Similar to the noise ordinance, Public Works is not exempt from the noise ordinance. They have to get waivers from the city council when they want to do work at night.
All right. Any other comments? No. Yes? Meeting adjourned. Thank you all for coming tonight.